Hello! Welcome to Emerald Lake. It's me, Raven. Let's all get settled in. Hi. We are doing our holiday stories, so I still have all my decorations up. Yes. And we're just gonna continue from the same book as we were reading last night. We had one story where I was about to read it, but it looked like it was going to be very long, and someone had the very smart idea to pick a shorter story. And so we did. But now we're going to go back to that one. So what we're going to be reading today is Angels in the Snow by Matt de la Peña. At least that's the first story. And I have resent the little illustration into the Discord so that it's at the ready. It's a cute little kitty sleeping on a towel with what looks like other stuff that probably belongs in the bathroom. A hairbrush, maybe conditioner, I don't know. I'm very excited. I love these little doodles. They look very fun. Just fun illustrations. And the book is My True Love Gave to Me, full of 12 holiday short stories. We've gotten through 3 of them. This will be our 4th one. And it's a kissing book. I didn't know, but if we're gonna do it, we're gonna have fun with it. So yeah. Hi, Cage, and hi, Wally. Freaking Speedy getting over here first. You were very proud. We are on a normal schedule again, at least for this and next week, as far as I'm aware. For now, schedules change, but I probably should have posted on Blue Sky and updated. I'm not very good at doing that. I'm gonna try, and hopefully the more I practice it, the better I will get. But yeah, as usual, drop in your trigger redeems. I'll get to them as soon as we have a story break. I'll say, and I feel like I'm gonna have to say more often, if you're heading out and you redeem something and you're like, oh, but I'm not even gonna be here for it, you can go ahead and say, actually, I'm headed to bed, I'm gonna miss my redeem, please refund me. I feel like we should have a little refund command for that. But yeah, so the Discord notification, I ran here. Yes, you did great. The rush for first is so silly to me. That's one of those things that I had to learn that Twitch does. It's so cute. So it's always fun when I've got a new person that does first that's not normal. So congrats, Wally. Okay. You are not late. And I started streaming on time, but I didn't actually start talking until a little bit late. But it's fine. I'm here. Alright, so here we go with Angels in the Snow. Boop, boop, boop. There it is. Yeah. Okay. I didn't tell anyone how dire shit had become. Yeah, maybe my old man could slip a few bucks in an envelope, mail it to my Brooklyn apartment, where it might get carried off by a pack of gangster rats, but he had his own worries. He was saving up for my little sis's summer camp, and our dog, Peanut, probably the most flea-bitten buck-tooth cross-breed you could ever imagine, had just required an emergency dental extraction. I know, right? The dog with the busted grill has dental needs. Okay. But according to my sis, the procedure cost over 300 bones, and they had to put my old man on some kind of payment plan. It's fine. I'd just go hungry this holiday season. Nothing to see here. Mijo, he told me over the phone on my first full day of cat sitting. Everything is good up at your college? I stuck Mike's acoustic guitar back on its stand. It's all good, Pop. That's good, he said. The word good, I thought. How many times did he and I throw that shit around these days? My old man, because he didn't trust his English. Me, because I didn't want him to think I was showing off. Next year we'll get you a ticket so you can fly home for Christmas, he said. And me, you, and Soph will be together as a family. How we belong. Sounds good, Pop. He didn't know it yet, but by next Christmas I planned to be living near home again in southeast San Diego, taking classes at the local community college. Everyone seemed to think I had it made out here in New York, and on paper, maybe I did. Full academic scholarship to NYU. Professors that blew my mind every time I sat in on one of their lecture halls. But to understand why I planned to drop out after my freshman year, you'd have to read the emails my sis had been sending. Some nights my pop, the toughest man I've ever known, cried himself to sleep. She could hear him through her bedroom wall. He wouldn't eat dinner unless my sis physically dragged him to the table and sat him down in front of a plate of food. Point is, back home, real-life shit was happening. Genuine mourning. And here I was, clear across the country, having the time of my life. It would be impossible to describe the weight of that guilt. There was a long, awkward pause between me and my old man. We'd yet to master the art of talking on the phone, before he cleared his throat and told me, "Okay, mijo, you will be safe from that storm. The news says it's very, very bad." "I will, Pop," I said. "Tell Soph to stay away from dudes." We said our goodbyes and hung up. I slipped my cell back in my pocket and went to Mike's cupboards for the 200th time. One multigrain hot dog bun and a few stray packets of catsup. That was it. The stainless steel fridge wasn't any better. An unopened dark chocolate bar, a half-full bag of baby carrots, 2 plain yogurts, and a bottle of high-end vodka. How could such a beautiful apartment contain so little food? My stomach grumbled as I stared at the beautiful yogurt cartons, but I had to conserve. It was still 3 days before Christmas, and I wouldn't see a dime until the day after that. My manager at the campus bookstore, Mike, and his wife, Janice, were paying me to cat-sit at their brand-new apartment, which was about 300 times nicer than the broken-down room I rented in Bushwick. But Mike forgot to hit the ATM before he left and asked if he could pay me when he got back from Florida. "No problem," I lied. "Hello, Divod." Hello. 41% Riz. Alright. Oh, and an 8. Not doing too great with your numbers. How's love? It's probably the bot likes to lie a lot because the love should be really high for everybody. But it lied. I knew it. I'm sorry, your numbers are bad. They're all awful. I know, I'm sorry. But hi, I'm glad you're here. I hope you do well. Okay, right. We lied that it's fine to wait for the payment. To make matters worse, a few hours after they left, a record-setting blizzard sucker punched New York City, blanketing Mike's Park Slope neighborhood in 13 inches of angry-ass snow. Oh, thank you. Okay. Translation: even if I wanted to dust off the survival skills I'd picked up back home, how to mug somebody, I couldn't. Everyone was waiting shit out in the warmth of their cozy apartments. I closed the fridge and went into the living room and stared out the front window next to the cat, Olive. I think Mike said her name was. Oh my gosh, you should probably know that if you're cat sitting, you should know who you're freaking taking care of. I know it's just a cat, but it's you. The respect. Okay. My empty stomach clenched and twisted and slowly let go. Then clenched again. The few remaining cars parked along the street were buried under snow, and it was still falling. The trees that framed my view all sagged under the weight of the stuff. I turned to Mike's cat, said, "I promise not to eat you." She looked at me, unimpressed, then hopped down onto the hardwood and sauntered off toward the kitchen, where a heaping bowl of salmon-flavored dry food awaited her. So I was gonna say that, and she does not make the same promises. Olive will eat you if need be, but apparently Olive has plenty of food. Ugh. Usually when people house sit, I mean, they knew it's the winter and the storm. Like that could have been expected. They didn't leave more food than that for you. Okay, but then we have little chapters within this story. There's little chapters breaking up each thing. So we start with faulty plumbing. I was a quarter of the way through one of Mike's precious yogurts when there was a knock at the door. I froze, my spoon halfway between my mouth and the plastic carton. Who could that be? You could only enter the building if you got buzzed in, and Mike told me I was the only one in the entire 7-story complex who hadn't traveled anywhere for Christmas. Mike knows everyone in his building? I call bullshit, but okay, sure. More knocking. Louder this time. I stashed the yogurt back in the fridge, went to the door, and looked through the peephole. A pretty white girl was standing on the other side. It's always... It felt silly just because we ain't been talking about race and none of these, but a pretty white girl. Okay, no, it makes sense. It makes sense. I do think we are a Hispanic man in this, but I'm not sure. Okay, pretty white girl was standing on the other side of the door. Long, sandy, blonde hair and porcelain skin and light brown eyes. I was still getting used to being around people like this. The kind you see in movies and commercials and sitcoms. Back home, everyone you passed on the street was just regular old Mexican like me. I mean, that's still pretty and commercials and movies to me, but yeah, more often. Hello, Andy, welcome in. It's going well. I undid the chain and pulled open the door and tried to play it cool. Can I help you? That's me pretend to play it cool. Oh, she said with a look of disappointment. You're not Mike. No, I am not. Okay, anyway. Yeah, we worked together at, and then pretty white girl, so we know her as, interrupts, and you're definitely not Janice. She looked past me into the apartment. Mike's my boss, I said a little too quickly. Definitely not cool. Darn. I'm cat sitting while he and Janice are in Florida visiting friends. He totally knows I'm here. The way he said that sounds like he doesn't know, but we know he does. Don't say it like that. Okay. My heart picked up its pace. I didn't need this sitcom girl thinking she'd stumbled into an active crime scene. Who said she would think that? I pointed to the apartment. Mike's cat, my lone alibi, was nowhere to be found. I'd be happy to pass along a message. They'll be back the day after Christmas. Do you know anything about the pipes? She asked. Pipes? Pipes. She paused, waiting for a look of recognition from me that never came. Yeah. If we are asking in response to your asking, we probably don't. Like sinks and showers and, pipes. Oh, plumbing. I didn't know the first thing about plumbing, but that didn't stop me from nodding. When it comes to attractive females, don't say females like this. It's so icky. I don't like it. My policy has always been to nod first and ask questions later. Sure. Why? What seems to be the problem? The cat strolled out from its hiding place and rubbed itself against my leg. Aw, the girl cooed, kneeling down to scratch behind its ear. You can say she. We know no cat name is Olive, and I could have swore we gave gender to cat. Yeah, she looked at me. You can frickin' say she. Matt de la Peña, Mr. Author. Do better for that. Okay, she likes you. Mental note, give Mike's cat extra food before bed. It's impossible to look like a criminal when there's a well-groomed calico rubbing against your calf. That is true. It is better. Oh God, he's that type of... Yeah, maybe so. I hope we do better. But okay. Anyway, Yeah. Feed more. Looks better. Not a robber. Okay, good. Yeah, we've really hit it off these last 24 hours, I said. I'm already dreading our goodbyes. You're a little cutie, aren't you? She said in that strange voice girls reserve for animals and small children. Hey, that weird voice is not exclusive to women. Also, you said girls. It should be woman, unless she is child. Can we be better? We're gonna be weird about women all through this story, I think. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Not to shit all over you, Matt De La Pena, but we could do a bit better on that. Okay. Um. You're a little cutie, aren't you? I watched her scratch down by the cat's tail. She was wearing an old, beat-up sweatshirt, ripped jeans, and Ugg boots. Ugg. Ugg. I could still tell she came from money. This gave her a certain power over me that I was nowhere near schooled enough to understand. I mean, in this particular, is there direct power over you? She's just direct. You can shut the door. They know you're there. Although I guess if there was concern, no, there's a snowstorm. Nobody's gonna stop you. You're fine. Okay. Anyway, she stood back up, and when our eyes met this time, my stomach growled so loudly I had to cover it up by faking a small coughing fit. Oh, buddy. You okay? She asked. I straightened up, nodding. Yeah, wow. Excuse me. Anyway, she said, probably getting back to plumbing, I have a little situation upstairs. When I try and turn on the water in the shower, nothing comes out. Like, not even a drizzle. Do you know about stuff like that? A little bit. Lies. That's what the book says. It says lies. Need me to take a look? Would you? Let me grab keys. I darted back into Mike's living room, trying to call back all the times I'd seen my old man go at the plumbing underneath the kitchen sink with his trusted wrench. I could still picture him lying on his back, halfway in the cabinet, twisting and turning things in a chorus of clanging metal. Why hadn't I paid more attention? And then it's the next chapter, but I gotta say, it's a giant snowstorm. That's probably all there is. Like, it's a water needs to melt problem, guy. Like, it's not twisting things. Don't do it. You're gonna break it. Oh, this is gonna be so bad. Okay. Fake Espinoza is the next chapter. Fake Espinoza. Her place smelled like tomato sauce and garlic bread and Parmesan cheese. Oh, and you're so hungry. Oh, this isn't fair. As she led me through the kitchen into the long hall, my mouth started watering its ass off. Your mouth has an ass? Anyway. Maybe I was better off staying in Mike's pad, where I'd been able to convince myself that the entire borough of Brooklyn was participating in a Christmas fast. Yeah, they're not. Okay. I'm Haley, by the way. Shy, I told her. She glanced at me, still walking. Like S-H-Y? Exactly. I'd been through this exchange dozens of times since landing in New York, which I found strange. Nobody back home even thought twice about my name. Well, it's an adjective. Some people are confused at that. Are you saying it like a dad joke? I'm shy. Nice to meet you, Shy. Or like, are you serious? People be wondering, okay? Like, I wondered. But then you covered it and it was clear. Anyway, okay. Haley shrugged and we shook hands awkwardly on the move, and then she stopped in front of the bathroom door and motioned me inside. This is it. It's the same thing with my roommate's shower, too. Her bathroom smelled of perfumed soaps, and there was a framed poster of a couple kissing in the front of the Eiffel Tower. Her sink was covered with makeup and eyelash curlers and this fancy circular vanity mirror that made my face look 3 times its normal size. Yeah. Twisting things in. Don't do it. You're gonna break it. I'm imagining the absolute worst, and it's more horrifying than even delivery. Shut up. Okay. yes, the weird vanity mirror moment. It's just a magnifying mirror. Yeah, I don't know. Hello, Steph. Welcome in. Join us in the middle of this story. You won't miss too much. Okay. There were pastel-colored towels in two sizes stacked neatly beside the black polka dot shower curtain, which Haley swept aside. She turned both valves all the way on, but nothing came out. See, she said. Interesting, I told her, staring at the faucet and rubbing my chin. I turned on the hot valve again, then the cold. They didn't work for me either. Yeah, 'cause you have the magic touch, mister. No, shut up. Then I ducked my head under the bath spout and stared up into the matchbook-sized hole, pretending to be studying God knows what. Yeah, that's never the problem. And with how cold it is, guys, don't be dumb. It's a freaking snowstorm. It's not this end. Oh my gosh. Okay, anyway. I knew my old man was proud of me in certain ways. Oh, hard left. Okay. When NYU called from across the country offering to pay my entire tuition, as well as a monthly stipend for living expenses, he even threw a party to celebrate. My aunties, uncles, a few cousins, and my girl at the time, Jessica, all came over with home-cooked dishes and booze, and just before we sat down to eat, Pops held up his can of Tecate to say a few words in English out of respect for Jessica. I never believed this was possible, he said, looking around our small living room. A college boy is an Espinosa, but it happens. Congratulations to my son, Shy. Everybody clinked glasses and drank and patted me on the back and told me they always knew I would do something special. But at the same time, all of us were aware that I had failed to learn the one thing that defined the Espinosa men, the ability to work with one's hands. Pops had tried to show me how to change the oil in his truck, how to strip shingles off an angled roof and lay hot tar, how to rewire a dead outlet, but it didn't take long for him to realize I was a lost cause. My one talent in life, filling in those little bubbles on Scantron sheets. That was it. Honest to God, I had a gift for the damn bubbles. He's not saying he's smart. He's just saying he's good at bubbles. Imagine. This man is just that shrimp from Finding Nemo. Bubbles, 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 my bubbles. Or no, that was a fish. I don't know why I thought it was the shrimp. The shrimp is the cleaner. Anyway, shut up. Okay. I was telling that to myself, not you. It's fine. Okay. I wonder if it has something to do with this weather, Haley said. Huh, Haley, I wonder. It's like you actually have a brain. She do, I'm sure. I'm just lost why he don't. Anyway, okay. As I continued turning the valves back and forth. Like, maybe the pipes froze? Well, yeah. Yeah, but like, my guys, is that not your first concern to double check that? Like, we didn't get that he was using the water. We don't know if he's checked it recently. Could be a widespread issue. Yes, I do usually. But this is 13 inches in a very short time. This is a very big one. Okay, anyway. Oh no, he did say that it was a fancy. I was like, New York apartments are not always nice, but then, oh yeah, it's a very pretty one. Yeah. Hello. How are you doing this? You might remember his Natsu. Oh. That is, I'm glad you said so, because I would not have thought you were the same person. Hello! Welcome in. Does niece like the lights? Look at my pretty lights on my antlers. Okay, I was just thinking that. I looked up at her, like maybe the pipes froze. I was just thinking that. I looked up at her. It would explain the lack of water pressure. What? I had no idea what I was going to say next until I said it. Yeah. Great, she said sarcastically. My shower doesn't work, and the super's upstate until after the holidays. I guess I'll be growing some holiday dreadlocks. Seems weird the pipes would freeze in a brand new building, I said. Right? And why does the toilet still flush? Okay, so yeah, it's not the pipes. Haley pushed down the silver handle to prove it, and we both watched the water swirl and suck down the bowl in a gurgling crescendo before slowly rising again. Maybe they're on different lines or something? They're definitely on different lines, I said because it sounded pretty logical. Plus, I would hate to think my shitter was connected to the faucet I used to brush my teeth. That's not how. Oh, but yeah, Okay. The kitchen sink works, Haley said, but not this one. Oh, well, then it's definitely not frozen. Important info. She turned those two valves as well, and nothing came out. Oh, wait, never mind. Oh, no, yeah, okay, so the kitchen sink does, but not the bathroom sink or the shower. She shook her head. I should be back home in Portland right now, standing under a scalding hot shower, but like an idiot, I waited until the last minute to book my ticket, and then, they canceled all those flights. You're welcome to use Mike's shower, I said. Did you even check if yours works, you dum-dum? But okay. Haley looked at me for a few long seconds like she was thinking. That's sweet, but I'll be all right. Isn't it supposed to be good for your skin to occasionally skip showers? That was her way of saying, no, I'm not going into your apartment, stranger that's here. Isn't it good for your skin to occasionally skip showers? I've heard about that, but I knew the real reason. I didn't strike her as the trustworthy type. Yeah, there it is. I was wearing ripped jeans. Well, that's not pretty. That's a style. And an ancient-looking t-shirt. I had my home area code tattooed clumsily on... Yeah, I would say tattooed knuckles. Yeah, that's a slight deal of spoop. I had my home area code tattooed clumsily onto my knuckles on both hands. Don't ask. I was only 15 and tequila was involved. Well, fine. Something about the natural oils or whatever. She shrugged. Anyway, I turned back to Haley, who was obviously waiting for me to leave now that I'd proven useless. Well, I should probably get back downstairs to feed the cat. Sorry I couldn't help. No worries. She led me out of the bathroom and back through the hall and kitchen where my empty stomach sounded like the 4th of July. She held open the front door. Happy holidays, I told her. You too, she smiled. And I appreciate you coming up here to take a look. As I walked toward the elevator, I listened for the click of Haley's door behind me. When I finally heard it, I felt crushingly alone. I'm going to interrupt here. And this is a touchy way of talking about things, so I'm going to say this is my current thought process in this story and the like. There are obviously more pieces. But that door click lock, it looks like she's home alone and she's used to having a roommate. And she snowed in with someone that she doesn't know. It could be what he seems to be saying of it's all about, he looks untrustworthy. I'm below her because she's rich and white lady and like fair. But the click being what makes you feel alone, that should be a habit whenever someone comes in and out of your apartment, especially if she's home alone right now and knowing that the roads are clogged up. Like if something were scary to happen, like whomsoever this man she invited up to help her out possibly was bad, it would take longer for people to come look after her. It's her being a her or a him or whatever. It's a good habit to lock your door right after someone leaves. I'm sorry, but true. So I don't like some of these little things that are sprinkled in like, I'm the lesser. Oh, they look down on me. I understand where it come from, and it's very fair, and I do not live it. But, especially with the sprinkles of females and such, I'm feeling like, buddy, it's not strictly about you. She's having her own thing. She does not know you, period. It's not strictly about you in specifics about who you are, but that you are someone she does not know and does not have specifics on. And anyone is gonna be more likely to be spooked out by tattoos that are not goofy little cartoonies, I'd say. Um, so yeah, she might get spooked at the knuckles tats, but ripped jeans and t-shirt. That's probably like, ooh, no, that's actually cute. Nice, good for you to have fashion and not like you don't know. But yeah. So I'm hoping that he connects with Haley and it's all good, but I have a feeling it's going to continuously be a little bit tense and icky little tiny moments is sprinkled in. I'm worried why she didn't invite him for food, though, if his stomach is rumbling so loud, but she's probably not even thinking about it. She's like, oh, well, you have food, don't you? And he's like, well, no. Oh, well, shit. You know? So, but here we go. How to pass a night, the next chapter. Well, the oil on your skin gets washed away, and if you skip one shower, you should be fine. Yes. Large tattoos of any kind are frowned upon, regardless of what they are. In the Yakuza in Japan times? Yeah, makes sense. This seems to be New York, so they're good. But knuckle tattoos can be spooky for people. Because that one feels just a little bit less like, I just like art, and more of a bit like, look at my knuckles. Crack knuckle sound. Anyway, okay. How to pass a night. I finished the plain yogurt for dinner, along with half a hot dog bun. Then I broke into Mike's vodka. All right. I sipped a few glasses over ice while strumming the guitar in the bathroom. Why in the bathroom? Oh, my favorite place to play because of the acoustics. There you go. Thank you. Mike's guitar was about 6,000 times better than mine. Cool. It was like playing a stick of butter. Please don't try to do that. Butter as an instrument is mayonnaise an instrument. Is a stick of butter an instrument? Slaps. I mean, if you could try. Okay, basic open chords came alive inside the tiled walls, especially after I flipped off the lights. What does the lights have to do with it? Once the vodka kicked in, I even sang a few of the tiny songs I'd been making up since high school. Melancholy tunes about females and back home and losing my mom. Tunes made out of minor chords where my pedestrian voice was no more than a whisper. When someone calls something pedestrian besides like literal people walking pedestrian, that's another one of those like slight red flag word in writing. It's pedestrian? I thought you weren't the fancy person. Why are you saying this? Okay, this was where music had always existed for me, inside a dark bathroom, alone. Why dark? The feeling it gave me was an odd combination of weightless self-pity and excitement. I understood my life was meaningless, and this knowledge freed me up to accomplish absolutely anything. Yeah, positive nihilism. Woohoo. Okay. Anyway, I passed most of the night this way. The cat came into the bathroom a few times to check me out. Her name is Olive. And whenever I'd hear Haley's subtle footfalls, her place was directly above Mike's. I would stop singing and strum more softly. Oh, you're nervous. Around midnight, I put away the guitar and pulled out the book I was reading and moved into the living room. And it wasn't long until I found the cat curled up next to my feet. Aw. I guess we were becoming actual friends. Something like that. I leaned over to read the charm hanging from her collar, Olive. There you go, yeah. Mike had told me her name when he showed me how to do the food and change the litter, but this felt like our true introduction. I scratched behind Olive's ear the way Haley had and listened to the ceiling, but it had gone quiet up there. Next one. Long-distance relationships. Late the next afternoon, there was another knock at the door. I turned away from the window where Olive and I had been sitting together, staring at the perpetually falling snow. I kicked the blanket off my feet and went to the door and looked through the peephole. Haley again. This time, she'd brought with her a towel, a change of clothes, and a bathroom bag. Yep, she's using the shower. I opened the door saying, "You changed your mind." She peered into the living room. "Your TV's not on." Very astute. Good job, Haley. What the fuck? Yeah? I looked over my shoulder at Mike's dormant big screen. I mean, no. Wait, why? What do you do in here all day? I cat sit. Haley rolled her eyes. Most cat sitters can manage to watch TV at the same time. Yeah. She switched her bathroom bag from one arm to the other, adding, "Not sure you're aware of this, but we're kind of snowed in right now, which is the perfect excuse to stream Netflix." I streamed an entire season of Downton Abbey yesterday. Is that the one about those rich British people? I'm pretty sure your TV feed didn't go the way of my shower pipes, Haley said, ignoring my question. Yes, sir, it is. And she was snubbing you because she's like, that's my favorite show. How dare you? Probably. I pointed to her bathroom bag. I see you reconsidered the Christmas dreads. She let out a dramatic sigh. I thought about it last night, and I'm going to take you up on your offer. I sensed a but coming. But here's my thing. ... Haley glanced around Mike's apartment. Interesting, she said, distracted. It's the exact same layout as my place, but at the same time, it looks totally different. Huh, it's almost like you're in an apartment building where they copy-paste so that they don't have to do too much work. And 'cause it's, reasonable. Anyway, she turned back to me. In order for me to feel comfortable taking a shower down here, we have to both share something about ourselves first. Then I'll feel like I know you better, and it won't be so weird. Precisely. Still not the most safe of choices, but yeah, you guys are both here. It's clear. You've been entrusted with Cat. It is fair enough. Seriously, Haley, I'll stay way on this side of the apartment. I promise. Yeah, she wasn't worried about you, that part as much. Oh my gosh. That's not the point. I glanced into my kitchen point. That's not the point. I glanced into the kitchen where Olive had gone back to housing her wet food. My empty stomach was beyond the cramping stage now, which made me wonder if I'd started digesting muscle. I stepped aside, motioning for Haley to come in. She walked over to Mike's L-shaped couch and sat down. I sat too. So what kind of stuff are we supposed to say? Anything, she said. It could be about your childhood, or about where you're from, or why you're wearing a beanie indoors. Seriously, anything. I pulled off my beanie and opened my mouth to ask a follow-up question, but she cut me off. On second thought, maybe you should put that back on. She's just telling you that you have bad hair? Rude, Haley. So rude. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Oh, hi, Yar. Just as I finish my little cough. On second thought, put your hat back on. Rude. Why? I stood up to look in the mirror, mounted on the wall behind the couch. My hair was a rat's nest of thick brown waves. It was the longest I'd ever had it. I put the beanie back on, saying, I guess I kind of need a haircut. You think? Okay, you don't need to be rude, Haley. Sweet. Another thing I couldn't afford. Call it now. She's gonna give him a haircut. She's gonna do it. Back home, my Auntie Cecilia always cut it for free. Okay, I'll start. Haley paused for a few seconds looking around, then said, Long-distance relationships are all about patience, and my boyfriend, Justin, is probably the most patient man alive. This is a kissing book, and we have a boy that does not trust this pretty white girl, and they're both the only people in this building. They're gonna get together, but you're telling me that she has a boyfriend? I'm gonna smack you, kid. Don't do this. Shy, because your name's Shy. I forgot that for a second. What the hell? No. Okay. Anyway, he's the most patient man alive. How so? I took the bait even though I knew what she was doing. This was Haley's way of establishing that she was in a relationship. Yeah, that's kind of a thing. Like, you don't need to judge this. What the fuck? Okay, whatever. Whatever. I just realized a thing. Hold, please, while I very distractedly check out a thingy thing, and I'll explain it after. If I am correct, but if I'm wrong, I'll shut up. I'm like, wait a minute. It's it's not related to the story. It's completely random. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Okay. Yeah, I knew it. You little shit. You little shit. Look at that. Suddenly we have 3 sub gold. 3 out of 10 for the sub goal. It's supposed to be set at weekly, but somehow it got bonked to session instead of weekly with settings and stuff. Because I knew we got subs, and I was like, I'm not crazy. Anyway, okay. That's fixed. Also, yeah. Very bonks, Fetster. Very, very appropriate bonks. Okay. Oh, what you want a piece? What you want a piece? Oh, you're such a cute little guy. Come sit with Olive. Go cuddle the kitty up on the window. Okay. Oh yes, this is her way of establishing she was in a relationship, which she believed would lessen the risk of me trying to sneak into the shower with her while she was busy rinsing out her awapuhi. I don't know what that word is or why it's capitalized, but okay. I think it's not about you sneaking in, it's about you not making a move generally. Why are you jumping to so far? You're jumping so far so fast that, like, to violent stuff that I'm like, what the hell? And did we not miss the part where he said that he knew how to mug people and that he could have chosen that if it wasn't so snowy, that's how he would have gotten money for food? He was just gonna mug people? I think this guy, he at least is thinking the violent thoughts. No promises on actions, but so, okay. Like I said yesterday, Haley answered, I was supposed to book my own ticket home, but I procrastinated. So Justin's back in Portland right now, hanging out at home when we were supposed to be heading to a B&B in Seaside. Our parents are friends, and they said as long as we were back by Christmas Day. Anyway, instead of getting mad at me, which is what I would have done, all Justin wants to talk about is my frozen pipes. They're not, no. He actually feels bad for me. Can you believe it? That's some serious patience. Yeah, she didn't say it to, like, lessen the risk of you sneaking in to shower with her. She did it so that you didn't make a general move, maybe, but more so that she can ramble right now. She's alone and she's like, he's being so nice. Just wait, though. She's going to be like, he's too nice. And now, yeah, join me. I just feel like we're going to go that way. Okay. Wow, I said, playing along. He sounds patient. Okay, now you. I sat there for an uncomfortable amount of time, trying to think of something interesting to say. I couldn't talk about a distant girlfriend the way I wanted to, the way which would definitely make Haley feel more comfortable about the shower situation. It doesn't have to be some big, profound thing. She told me it can be simple. Got it, I said, still brainstorming. Then it came to me. My little sister, who's probably my best friend in the world, turned 17 on Christmas Day. This is the first birthday of hers I'll have ever missed. Soph wasn't technically my best friend, and she didn't technically turn 17 until the week after Christmas, but the point was to show Haley I was a solid brother, which would hopefully increase her trust in me. I don't think she needed you to tell her something to manipulate it like this. It's just like, be vulnerable for a minute. You could have said, my dad's really grieving and I wish I should be there. I could be, and I all of the men in my family are handy and I'm not. All I do is bubbles. Like, that would have been enough. You didn't need to be like, let me metagame this and show you that I'm not actually sus when I definitely am. Okay. Why are you going this direction with it? Okay. Aw, that's sad. Why didn't you go home? And then in italics, not actually saying it, just, no money. Duh. Okay, and then he says, because I promised Mike I'd cat sit. Haley frowned. I'm sure he'd have understood. It's Christmas and your sister's birthday. I have a lot of homework and stuff, too. I lied. I figured you were a student, Haley said. What school? NYU. She nodded. Isn't your semester over? Yeah, everybody has a break now, but some profs and teachers, they do tend to be shitty. I pulled my beanie tighter over my forehead and shifted positions on the couch. Actually, it's for next semester. Yep, there you go. I pointed at the novel I'd been reading. This one lit class I'm taking has a grip of reading. I'm trying to, get ahead, you know? It was true that a class I'd signed up for had a large reading list, but the book on the couch had nothing to do with school. Yep. And I was a fast reader. Well, good for you. What year are you? Haley asked. Freshman. You? I'm a sophomore at Columbia. Nice, a college veteran, I said. Haley forced a laugh. Please, I have no idea what I'm even going to major in. As a sophomore? You should have a better plan, my guy. Okay. I glanced at my book again. There was another awkward silence at that point, and after a few seconds, Haley stood up and said, See? I stood up too. See what? Now we know a little about each other, which means it's less weird for me to take a shower at your place. Well, technically, I pointed out, it's not my place. And see, she's just like, it's less weird. She's not less scary. She says less weird. I wasn't thinking you were scary. You're making it weird, dude. You're making it creepy. Okay. It's yours through the holidays, right? I guess so. I watched Haley disappear into the hall, and a few seconds later, I heard the bathroom door in the master bedroom close. I looked around the apartment, trying to imagine it as my place. The designer couch, the expensive-looking leather chair, the massive flat screen mounted on the wall, the fancy-looking paintings. What would my old man say if he saw me standing here right now? He'd think I was sitting in a cat museum. No, sorry. He'd think I was cat-sitting in a museum. There you go. I read the entire time Haley was in Mike's bathroom, which was a shockingly long time. When she finally walked back into the living room, her hair was wet and I could tell she was wearing fresh makeup. She looked beautiful. I sat down my book and got up, saying, Everything go okay in there? What would not okay be that she would still just be in there and come out with the water running, and because she's clearly got wet hair and stuff. Okay, fine. It was quite lovely, thanks. She waited for me to open the front door. When I did, she looked me dead in the eye and said, Thank you, Shy. I got a weird, unbalanced feeling hearing her say my name, and I told her, My shower's your shower, Haley. But that sounded kind of sexual. How was that sexual? That was just a mi casa su casa. What do you mean that was sexual? Frickin' hell. Okay, so I quickly added, I mean, you can bathe in my place anytime. But that was creepy too. I mean, I know what you mean, she said, saving me from myself. I appreciate it. She gave me a nice smile and left Mike's apartment. When I closed the door, I found Olive looking up at me, accusatorily. You're reading into it. That's just a cat. What? I asked. She meowed. Look, I told her, you're going to have to start speaking English around here. That was definitely him making a Spanish-speaking joke, and I like it. She stuck out her front paws, stretched her multicolored back, and crept away. Hey, want some popcorn? Sus! She's hitting on me! Yeah, I think that that's all this poor character is. And I don't know if the author's the same way, but his choices I judge. I am judging. I am. But okay, away goes the kitty. The kitty was like, and the guy was like, ah, what? She's going, meow. And he goes, speak English. She goes, yeah, okay, bye. Okay, I'm out. Oh. For a cat sitter, you're not giving too much attention to Olive, but that's probably perfect for little Olive. I'm just still salty that you didn't care about her name. Okay, Angels in the Snow. Haley was back early the next morning with her bathroom bag, a change of clothes, and a fresh towel. I don't mean to keep interrupting whatever it is you do down here. Why is she so judgy that he's not watching TV? He's reading. Leave him alone. But I had kind of an accident in the kitchen. She held out the front of her gray Columbia sweatshirt. There was a huge catsup stain between the M and the B. I motioned for her to come inside. You can just leave your stuff in there if you want. She forced a laugh. Yeah, I don't think so. That would be taking it way too far. Besides, how do I know you're not the kind of person who snoops through people's things? Yeah, let the man read. I don't even shower in there. I use the one in the spare bedroom. That's what they all say. I think that was her kind of joking anyway, but he does not pick that up, clearly. She looked down at her catsup stain again. I know technically this is more of a laundry issue, but I feel dirty. Oh my god. Like I said, you can shower down here whenever you want. She set her stuff on the dining room table and reached down to pet the cat. You're a friendly one, aren't you, girl? Oh, yes, you are. Her name's Olive, I said, now that you fucking know. Haley looked up at me. We're on a first-name basis now, I see. I shrugged. For some reason, I wasn't feeling like my usual laid-back self. I think the hunger was making me irritable. Yeah, shrugging at her spending... Like, what do you mean? You're talking about being irritable when she's talking to the cat? Are you jealous of the kitty? Calm your tits, dude. Oh my gosh. But at the same time, I was happy to be talking to Haley again. There you go. Being hungry is bad news. Being hungry and alone, that's when people start Googling info about suicide hotlines. She stood up and put her hands on her hips like she was waiting for something. That unbalanced feeling I got whenever we made eye contact was no longer confined to my stomach. It had moved up into my chest. When he says it's unbalanced, as if it sounds like unbalanced can sometimes have the connotation of wrong. So him saying like that wrong feeling I got whenever she made eye contact with me. What are you doing? You like her, okay? Why are you so harsh against so many things? Anyway, okay. So she's doing that. She's like waiting for something, I guess. And then what? I said. You go first this time, she said. We're doing that getting to know you thing again? Yep, Haley said. Every time I come down here, we have to share one new thing. Those are the rules. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think she put that catsup stain on purpose. She just wants to hang out with you. She wants to flirt. She's bored. She's frozen into. I guess she got through all her Downton Abbey watching, so, and now she's here. I mean, who has catsup in the morning? She said she came down the next morning. I mean, various things, but that's not as common as lunch. And yeah, she's just flirty. Jesus. And you're all irritable and judgy. She's being nice. Okay. Every time I come down here, we have to share a new thing. Those are the rules. He might legit be jealous. Yeah, and whatever. What's awful is that to her, she's probably like, this is her way of flirting. Like, oh, I'll interact with cat that you're in charge of. That clearly you have to care about. This is something that we have shared interest on, maybe. You know, like, she could not give a shit about the cat. She could. I just, okay. Just know that those are the rules. We're going to talk. And ideally, it should be something highly personal. The last thing you shared was kind of boring. No offense to your sister. Yeah, see? She just wants to be on a low effort date and not admit that it's kind of trying to be a date. She glanced over my shoulder, and she's got a boyfriend, but you just know this is happening. Anyway. She glanced over my shoulder into Mike and Janice's kitchen. What are you doing for meals? It never smells like you've cooked anything. And I usually hear the takeout guys when they're coming up the steps. She heard your stomach growl, and now she's finally getting to it. There we go. Oh, Mike left a stocked fridge for me. I lied. The cupboards are all full, too. They made this big grocery store run to the new Whole Foods before they left and said I could eat as much as I can. Nice, Haley said, but I'm guessing you don't actually cook. I shook my head. I mostly make sandwiches and cereal, easy stuff like that. My stomach cramped so aggressively at the thought of these mythical meals, I winced in pain. Just be fucking honest. I know that this is one of those food insecurity, you get weird and you lie about it and all this, but it just makes me sad. Like, I feel you're gonna go up to her place, you're gonna eat her nice smelling pasta, and then you're gonna so, like, I'm just like, stop lying. Okay. You're welcome to eat with me. Yep, there you go. It's just as easy to cook for two as it is for one. For reasons I didn't fully understand, Haley's offer made me want to cry. Because you're so hungry you were considering suicide hotlines. That's why. God, men, and they don't analyze their feelings at all, and they lie to themselves, and they don't make any sense. Just connect with your emotions. Actually, could be what she doing, though. That's something I was told to do if I'm interested in someone. Get on the good side of their pets. Yes! For one thing, pets tend to get a good read on if someone's directly having nefarious thoughts. They're not perfect, but, animals and kids can have a good sense of, oh no, that's a bad, but like, now she's offering the food. I was judging, like, you can hear his belly rumble that loud. I hope you're noting it. Like, doesn't mean you want to give food to this person that's randomly here, but you did invite him in, and you consider. And now here she is. She's being such a good person, and except for the cheating on her boyfriend probably thing. And he's just gonna be weird about it. Oh no! Am I still streaming? I saw. Oh no. My bit rate is bad. Oh no, no, no. Okay, that's still accurate. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I'm just gonna sit here. Okay. I'm gonna give a couple more seconds. It should be that we're all caught up. Oh, yeah, there's a little movement. Okay, so my internet got tweaky there. You said that it got weird before. Did anybody else experience the internet being shit? Because it dropped. Oh, it's dropping again. Fucking hell. It's coming back up? Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm peeved. What the hell is happening? What the hell is happening? I just want to read. Has this been happening? I hate when the tech is all bad. And I don't know if you're going to be able to hear me or if it's going to be jumping in and out. But it's just been a mess. Yeah, it came back and then it dipped away and it came back again. Let's see if we're caught up. The lights are changing. That's a good sign. Okay, yeah. I don't know what is happening with this. Me too. I don't like when this happens, and I don't know why it's happened. Ugh. If anybody has any suggestions for double checking on this, because nothing has changed. It is my internet, or at least it's also my internet. Because I saw when we were just quickly chatting, I looked over and I saw that my little KBPS, the little thingy, goes somewhere around 5K for the most part, dipped to like 17 and then 0. And I was like, what the fuck? And it's so unfortunate. Maybe reset your stream. Thing is, if you reset it, like restart it, I've lost an hour. And it's, can't believe I'm first to stream. You are not. Don't say that. Don't say it. It didn't cut, you little shit. Don't lie. I really thought it was. Oh my goodness. The Twitch rewards people that have been streaming longer, and I know that it doesn't start helping you until after 4 hours, and I haven't been streaming. Like, I don't do super long streams, and I could do it, but like, okay, whatever. Has the audio been consistent at least, even if it's lagging, or has the audio lagged too? May I have my daily grapes? Good goose, I have none grapes for you, and I am not a lemonade stand. I keep frozen peas sometimes for ducks, but I don't have any right now. I'm sorry. Frozen peas later? I don't know. If you want me to have those ready for you, I guess we could start doing frozen peas for the goose. For the goose man. But, the audio has been lagging for you as well? Okay. Well, last time that this was a little shit, it continued to dip out on and off, and the fact that it's staying, it hasn't done another little flip out recently is a good sign, but no grapes? I'm out. I really hope that this can get fixed up soon. Ugh, we're nearing the end of the story, I'm sure. We've been going for an hour. Oh god, maybe not. Maybe we're halfway through. This is a long one. I did say that. That's why we didn't read it last night. It's long. Okay. The audio is fine as long as the stream doesn't freeze. Yes, but when it does the weird lagging, it does. Okay. Well, yell at me if it happens again. I don't know what I did. I gotta look into how to fix that up. Why the heck it's doing this? Because this has not happened before. I have less things running while I'm doing this because I'm reading from a physical book I have in my hands. There's just VTube Studios, OBS, and then a window to watch Twitch updates. It's great. Yeah, just drop a scrimped emote, but don't drop it unless it's going bad. Yeah, I don't. Okay. I'm gonna keep reading. I don't know what to do about weirdness, but I'm gonna keep reading. Okay. So, our buddy, who has admitted to being irritable, admitted to wanting to call suicide hotlines, and then she's offering food, says he wants to cry, but doesn't know why. Like, what did you just say, good sir? Oh my goodness. But okay. He breaks eye contact. I broke eye contact and kneeled down to pet Olive. I was so hungry now, I constantly felt lightheaded. My arms and legs felt like styrofoam. Oof. I'd finished off the hot dog bun and baby carrots and the yogurts the night before. Oh, so he'd almost completely finished the stuff up. All he had was vodka and chocolate left in the fridge at that point. When I awoke in the morning, I had half of the chocolate bar. I still felt hungry, though, and drank glass after glass of tap water, thinking it would fill me up. It didn't work. Well, Haley said, do you want to come up and have dinner tonight? I was thinking of making vegetable lasagna, my mom's special holiday recipe. My mouth started watering. real food. I can't, I told her. What do you mean you can't? Yeah, you have no answer for this. You're not gonna leave this building. You're not gonna have something to do like, oh, I have to work from here. It's the holidays and it snowed in. What the heck? So, yeah, I don't know what you mean you can't. That's some bullshit, and she knows it is. The only thing would be like, I actually have a girlfriend and she probably wouldn't like that I'm having dinner with you. So, and considering you didn't say that before, yeah, that's okay. I didn't know how to answer this truthfully. Maybe it was stupid pride, the one thing I had picked up from the rest of the Espinosa men. Yeah, that is very evident, sir. Or maybe it was a fear of being found out. I constantly felt like an imposter among the other students at NYU. When were they going to figure out I didn't belong here? That some lady in admissions had made a mistake, had offered a scholarship to the wrong guy? Go to therapy. Go to therapy. But yeah, okay, but also this is a Columbia girl that theoretically you will never see again. Like, it's a big fucking city. If you didn't want to ever see her again, you could just never see her again. All she knows is your first name, too. Like, she's not going to be able to track shit down. Oh, fuck it. This irrational fear is not relevant. Therapy doesn't work. Oh, Natsu. Oh, Natsu. There are various things that therapy is about, and you know, different therapies and different therapists for different people and the such. But no, his thing is very clearly like an imposter syndrome thing. Oh god, oh friends, oh friends, oh goodness. We all need hugs and a good chat, don't we? Okay. Ha! I'll respectfully move on. Whatever. I probably spent as much time trying to hide my ghetto as I did on homework. I'm supposed to talk to my family back home, I said, then come up after. No, like my whole family, I told her. Since I won't be there on Christmas, but I totally appreciate the offer. She just stared at me for a few long seconds. You're weird. Yeah. And then he says, I guess she had that part right. Yeah. Like, buddy, that's very clearly bullshit. Just tell her. Why are you lying? It just feels weird. She might take it personal, like, oh, so you don't want to be around me. Okay. Anyway, Haley grabbed her stuff off the table. You go first this time. Yeah, he's not going to open up very clearly from that. You should just walk away if that's what you're going to demand of him. I still felt oddly emotional. Well, duh. You're not in any connection with your emotions. You're going to continue to be flabbergasted by them when you don't try. Anyways, which wasn't like me. No, sir, this feels very much consistent. I don't think that that's really not like you. I think it's you don't want to admit. In fact, I hadn't cried for over a year since my mom's funeral. Yeah, not crying when you have emotions is actually a sign of depression. When you can't cry is a sign of depression. Sir, you are very emotional. No. Go to therapy. Maybe that's what I could tell her. I thought, how when I saw my mom lying in the casket, my dumb ass broke down in front of everyone. Yeah, it's stupid to have feelings when your mom dies. Ew, no, don't have emotions. No, ew, you're weird. No. Like, no, fuck. Have emotions, you fucking guy. maybe that's what I could tell her, in front of everyone. How I started shouting about the world being a fucked up piece of shit place that I was done with, too. How a few relatives tried to get me to calm down, but all I did was turn my wrath on them. Who you talking to? I shouted in my Uncle Guillermo's face. You don't know shit about me. Yeah, this is evidence that you did not only have the emotions when your mother died, you had a lot of emotions that you were not connecting to, and because you got kind of, like, the cup overflow, then things happen. But maybe if you had gone to therapy or tried to get in touch with your emotions without a therapist even, you would have not done all of this. But also, they will understand. It is not insane. You had big feelings at a big thing. Okay. You don't know shit about me, Uncle Guillermo. When he reached out for my arm, I smacked his hand away. I could tell Haley about that. How tears were streaming down my face, even though my expression never changed. Not even a little. And I kept shouting, I don't give a fuck about anything. You hear me? You mean like a liar? Don't worry about me. I'm just streaming tears and saying I don't care about anything. You know? Fucking hell. Yep, Andy. Yep. Okay. I didn't stop crying until my dad came over and slapped me across the face, right there in front of everyone. Yeah, it wasn't because you were crying. It was because you were yelling at people and being a liar for no good reason. He slapped me right there in front of everyone. Not exactly good either, but you needed the shock to get yourself out of... If you were getting hostile and people were trying to hold you back and you were pushing them away, like, yeah, kind of fair. Anyway, at the foot of my mom's casket, slapped me like I was some punk 5-year-old. What do you mean? Slapping a 5-year-old? What the fuck? That shouldn't be a thing. And as I walked out of the funeral home that day, I made myself a promise. I would never cry again for as long as I lived, no matter what happened or who got sick and died. It wasn't the crying that earned you that, my guy. The emotional labor I feel like I have to do for this imaginary man, but clearly written by a real human that probably is feeling all these things. God damn it, Matt de la Pena, and all these freaking Wally and Natsu. I can't even begin with you. Hello, 883 Salami. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Sorry for this particular moment of... We're kind of losing it, but here's your little Dancy. Thank you for the follow. Hi. I'm gonna keep reading this pent-up little man in a cork. Like, it's like he shoved corks in his butt and his eyeballs. No cry ever. Silly boy. Okay. Hello? Haley waved her hands in front of my face. Earth too shy. I took a deep breath and let it out slow. You know, like a person who's totally emotionally stable does. Like, this is very clear. She can tell you're kind of freaking out. She's trying, dudes. She's reaching out. She is trying. And you're still being all pent up. The fuck, Raven? What do you mean the fuck? The cork comment? It's just a bit. Actually, that's an old joke. I'll tell you about it later. Anyway. I take a deep breath. Instead of telling her about my mom, my dead mom, I told her about the first time I saw snow. 2 years ago, our family drove to the mountains outside of San Diego and stayed at a campsite. In a family-sized tent my uncle loaned to us. I stopped that sentence a little early. We stayed at a campsite in the tent from Uncle Guillermo? Or other uncle. My parents promised me and my little sis we'd see snow. But the first 3 days, there was nothing. It was just cold and windy. We spent the majority of our time inside the tent, playing stupid games like Uno and Loteria and Mexican dominoes. But when we woke up on the morning on the 4th day, it happened. Thick, beautiful snowflakes were falling from the sky, and it had accumulated on the ground all around us. I told Haley how while my dad and sis took turns going down this little hill near our campsite on a cheap plastic sled, me and my mom lay on our backs and did snow angels just outside our tent, like a couple of giggling kindergartners. And when we got up to check them out, it looked like our angels were holding hands. I would like to just point out this interesting moment. I'm analyzing this author. If we flip back to our first emotions with her, when he was saying stuff and when he was lying, we got the story through what he said, not through what he tells us, but what he tells Haley. And now, when it's real, and he's been emotional, and he feels like he shouldn't be emotional, he tells us. I am theorizing, my little headcanon, that he actually rambled because he couldn't keep his emotions in check as much as he would have wanted. And he rambled and got, like, giddy about, oh, snow, and maybe he thought he sounded like a dumb punk 5-year-old. And so he edited himself and then told us the short version that was just one paragraph, as opposed to the possibly rambling. This is my theory. It is not real, but I think that because it's interesting, and mostly because she replies with, like, after we did snow angels, like a couple of giggly kindergartners. When we got up to check them out, it looked like our snow angels were holding hands. She says, Haley smiled, "You're getting better at this." So I think he did. He got more in touch with his feelings, and she's like, "Hey, good job." And he's like, "No, I don't have a feelings. So even when I write this down, I would not admit to feelings." Just saying it. And the stuff people say about males is really strange, really strict. So no matter. Yeah, people be saying lots. But if you want to feel good, that's why the therapy, and that's why get in touch with your emotions, please. And also, my own headcanon, if he was a little less in his head, assuming what she was thinking about him, and more just like, this is my feelings right now, maybe it wouldn't have been so weird with the females and the she thinks I'm gonna do this kind of stuff. He would have just been like, well, I'm doing this. What are you doing? Kind of energy instead. It's a theory. Okay. She says you're getting better at this. I shrugged, still picturing the life I used to have. Oh, and hi, Gary. Sorry. Very all over the place. Hi, Gary. Isn't it funny how one day you'll be hoping for something like snow, and the next day you'll be hoping it goes away? Haley motioned towards Mike's big windows where the snow was still coming down. We watched it for a while. Then Haley told about the time she first became aware of race. I wonder why she was thinking about that. She didn't know why, but last night the memory came to her out of nowhere. Yeah, she doesn't want to say, 'cause you're Hispanic. She doesn't want to acknowledge it in her head either. Maybe because of something she was watching on TV. Anyway, she was a little girl living in a wealthy suburb outside of Portland. And for her 6th birthday, her parents took her into the city to see a musical. They made a big thing of it, got dressed up and everything, hopped in her dad's Mercedes, and made the drive. Haley said she remembered driving by this one McDonald's in a sketchy part of the city where she saw a group of black women dressed strangely, wearing tons of makeup. They were prostitutes, though she was too young to understand that. Haley was in the back seat in her fancy white dress, staring at these women, because she'd never seen anything like it. Her dad stopped at a light right in front of them, and while he waited for it to change, Haley stared and stared until one of the women turned and met eyes with her. But Haley still couldn't look away. She was transfixed. After a few seconds, the woman wobbled right up to Haley's window in her sparkly high heels and pointed a finger in Haley's face. "What you staring at, white girl? You trying to steal my story?" "I don't know why I just told you that," Haley said. "I don't think I've shared that with anyone before, not even my closest girlfriends." We both stood there awkwardly for a few seconds. Well, yeah. It was like we'd ripped open our chests and revealed our beating hearts. And how do you transition back to small talk after that? Well, 2 notes. Was she ripping open her heart? Or was she admitting that she felt weird and guilty in this lately with race moment that she wasn't aware of? And that was ripping open your hearts was kind of the point. That's why she was trying to get connected to you so that, you don't feel as scared. Like, she was making a friend so that you are no longer a stranger, so that you were not scary. Like, that was exactly her goal, sir. Like, how do we transition after that? No, this is what she doesn't want the small talk. This was the goal. Anyway, finally, Haley cleared her throat and said she was going to clean up. She seemed embarrassed. I went over to the couch and tried to read my book, but all I could think about was Haley's story. Did she tell me that because I was part Mexican? Because she thought I was from a bad neighborhood? Or maybe it had nothing to do with me. We were just two people alone in a building during a blizzard. As soon as the skies cleared, maybe this strange little dream we seemed to be sharing would slip away from us forever. Yeah, very, very much the thoughts that should come to mind with this. I read the same paragraph about 60 straight times, but I still had no idea what I was reading. And then Haley walked back into the living room, her hair wet, makeup freshly applied. She looked more beautiful than ever. God, I love being clean, she said. Me too. Okay. I pulled my weak body off the couch. What do you get in there today? She said. Maybe try and do something with that hair. I pulled off my beanie. You mean this? She's gonna totally cut his hair for her. I don't know. She took a few steps toward me and rustled my hair a little, which caught me off guard. At least you don't have to worry about going bald, she said. I pulled my beanie back on. She's flirting! Just take the hint. Anyway, if you change your mind about dinner, just come up. Doesn't matter what time. Cool. I opened the door for her. Haley did the eye contact thing, which led to the unbalanced thing. Because I don't see how a call home can take all night, but whatever. She gave a little wave and left. Yes, very valid, Haley. It wasn't until a few hours later that I discovered Haley had left her towel and bathroom bag in Mike's master bedroom, or bathroom. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. See? Hee 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 hee. Hoo hoo hoo. Okay. Breaking point. I didn't go up to Haley's for dinner that night. Didn't call home either. I ate the rest of Mike's chocolate bar and drank a plastic cup full of vodka and played music in the bathroom. And then I did something kind of weird, I guess. I fell asleep in the bathtub. I don't even know why. It's not like I passed out or anything. I just didn't feel like going to the living room. You know, this is screaming that you should go and actually get help from the person that is offering it to you. Get the food, get the socialization, open up. She's very clearly open to pouring out her heart, and inviting you to as well. Like, dude, you're clearly not doing good. Okay. Didn't feel like going to the living room or the spare bedroom, so I lay Mike's guitar on the bathroom floor and climbed into the tub and slid down so that I could rest my head against the lip of it, and I closed my eyes and thought about my life. Back home, I had known exactly who I was, but out here in New York, I didn't have a clue. Everything seemed to be spinning out of control, and I was brutally hungry now. It felt like someone was wringing my insides out like a washcloth. Well, yeah. All I wanted to do was have one of those deep talks me and my mom used to have, but I couldn't. She is offering deep talks. Oh my gosh. Drink, please. Thank you very much. I did need that. Thank you very much. I needed a reminder. Thank you, Wally. We'll get to those redeems as soon as I finish the story. Oh my gosh. And it'll take a while. We got so much to go. I think I will have to break it up, actually. At the next story chapter, we're definitely going to break it up. Okay. Wanted to have the deep talks with Mom, but he couldn't. When I woke up, I had a slight hangover, and Olive was sitting on the toilet, staring at me. Even the cat is concerned, sir. And I had this intense feeling of shame because of the cat. Seriously, I didn't want her to see me this way, sleeping in a bathtub. You know how they say animals can sense emotional shit way beyond what humans are capable of? I wondered what Olive was sensing about me as she sat there staring. She's looking at you like, what the fuck, dude? Just go talk to the pretty girl. Just go. Go get food. What the fuck? Or maybe I didn't want to know. Yeah. Just as I was climbing out of the tub, I heard Haley knocking again. I pulled on my beanie and rushed to the front door. Before I opened it, though, I had a moment of panic. My clothes. I was wearing the same jeans and shirt she'd seen me in the day before. But it's not like I could pretend I wasn't home. I swung open the door, saying, I'm the one who got catsup all over myself today. I had to change back into my clothes from yesterday. You know, like a liar. Again? Oh, Haley, you sweet bean. Haley was standing there with more than a change of clothes this time. She had a plate of muffins, too. I baked these this morning, she said, ignoring my catsup lie, and I need them out of my house so I don't, eat every single one in the next 15 minutes. Which is not what she was going to do. She just has to lie because you're not taking the help. Thanks, I said, feeling another strange surge of emotion. Instead of handing me the plate, she pushed past me and went into the kitchen. They're banana nut, by the way. I'll stick them in the fridge so Olive doesn't... No, wait, I shouted. But it was too late. Haley froze, staring into Mike's empty fridge. It took a while before she turned around wearing a confused expression. There's nothing in here. My heart sank. She stuck the plate of muffins on the shelf and closed the fridge and turned her attention toward the empty cupboards. Yeah, typically you just put baked goods on the counter. She didn't need to go to the fridge. She is intentionally doing this to catch you out on your lie without trying to blame you for it. She is catching on all the things you think that you're covering up, and she is saying, Bish, I'm gonna help you, okay? Just take it. I didn't even try to stop her this time. Just watched her open and close all the doors. Because she turned her attention towards the empty cupboards. Why'd you lie to me? She asked in a hurt voice. I tried to laugh it off. Lie to you? I didn't lie. You said Mike and Janice left you groceries. They did, I said, trying to maintain a smile. I just went through them already. Pretty stupid, right? It's not even Christmas until tomorrow. Guess I'll go pick up things at the corner bodega. Haley went to the trash can by the sink and lifted the lid, because she is catching all of your shit. What? Why are you yelling at me, Wall? What? Oh, internets. No, it looks like I'm still laggy too. I think it was me. I forgot about the yelling. I think it happened. My goodness. Thanks for yelling. It didn't completely dip, it looks like. It's mostly happy. Also, hi, Fredjed. Guten Tag. Eric von Schuckenberg. Okay. Braugensons Repo Agency. What? When Henrik Honkenstein to repossess one Acme. Well, then I guess I'll just have to go ahead and meet Heinrich Honkenstein. It's from yesterday. They wanted the lights back because I didn't pay for my decorations. That's not how it works. They're liars. You know, like this idiot. Okay, speaking of, I gotta finish this chapter of this short story so that we can break, because it's too freaking long and we need a freaking break. Honkenstein? Steen. It's hard with the EIs. I never know. It's written. I'm not sure. And I'll be here in about 10 minutes. Oh, okay. Perfect timing to finish the chapter if I focus. Here we go. Right, she's catching him out like a liar. He'll pick things up at the corner bodega. He's still trying to lie. Haley went to the trash can by the sink, lifted the lid. There's nothing in the trash, Shy. 'Cause he's a liar. I leaned against the wall and didn't say anything. I'm going to take a shower. She pointed toward the fridge. And then we're going to talk. About what? Everything, Haley answered. In the meantime, eat the muffins. God damn it, eat the muffins. Then she turned and headed off toward the master bathroom. Soon as I heard the door click shut behind her, I went to the fridge and stared at the plate of muffins. I peeled back the cellophane she'd used to cover them and took one out and smelled it. They were still warm. Saliva pooled around my tongue. My nutrient-starved brain felt swollen and slow. I needed to eat. Badly. But I couldn't. Not with Haley still in the apartment. She couldn't know how hungry I was, because if she did, she'd know how different our lives were. And she'd probably stop coming down here to use the shower. It's heartbreaking to see these, this is... I understand that is your fear, but my guy, no. This is why therapy, so they can tell you that's not... it is valid that you have the feeling, but no, that's not a reality, please. Raven, calm down, please. No, it hurts my heart. I'm going to be sad. Okay. I put the muffin back and closed the fridge and went to the couch and pretended to read. When Haley came out of the bathroom this time, hair damp, face freshly made up, she went directly into the kitchen and opened the fridge. Aww. Aww, thank you for worrying about my stress, but it's good. Good news is that me emoting like this means that I won't care in 10 minutes. I'll completely forget about it. I could get all stressed out and then not emote it, and then 10 minutes later, it's all stressing me out, and I'm still stressed out for a long time. This is how you need to address your feelings. Sit with your feelings. Feel them. Then they won't run your life. Therapy with Raven. Wait. Sorry, we're gonna have these things. I'm trying to not focus on it. Yeah. Okay. She came out all done up. She went directly into the kitchen and opened the fridge, because she checked that you did not actually eat it. What's wrong with you? She said on her way back into Mike's living room. Seriously, Shy. Nothing's wrong with me, I answered in an even tone. Are you sure it was even? Because you've been, irritable with the hungry. I don't know how much I trust you. Unreliable narrator. She stared at me for several long seconds, then she threw her hands in the air and let herself out the front door. There you go. Honey, she told you from the start she just wanted to get to the root of feelings. That was the aim. And then you lied. She's upset because you're lying, and she is trying to get to the help you part, and you're just like, no. And she's like, well, then I can't do nothing. And so she leaves, and she's upset, and that is fair. Okay. Literally what I feel right now, too. I am Haley, except for the part where she's clearly wanting to cheat on her boyfriend. But anyway, okay. Once I was sure she wasn't going to come barging back in, I flung open the fridge door and took out the plate of muffins and sat on the floor and shoved the entire first one into my mouth. And I chewed and chewed and chewed, while at the same time grabbing the next one, getting ready to shove that one into my mouth too. And I began to sob. I don't even know why. Because all of the previous fucking story. But it was the first time I'd felt tears on my cheeks since the day of my mom's funeral, and they felt surprisingly good. Yeah, it feels so good. They felt alive. Yeah. It lets out all sorts of stuff that's good for you, including it's very good for your skin. Okay, mostly because they reminded me of my mom, I think, and because it felt so amazing to fill my stomach. I mean, those two, but there's a whole bunch of scientific cry. It's good for you stuffs. Okay, I stayed there on the floor like that for a long, long time, eating and crying and eating. Trying not to think about anything but Haley's muffins. Sorry, the innuendo just had to sprinkle right in there. Okay, and that's the end of that chapter, so we can finally... And we're gonna do card dealing and humming. And just take a good drink of water. Okay. Shy, why? Oh, okay. Here we go. I'm gonna adjust everything for car dealing. Oh, I want to have so much talk, but I'm gonna just not be a pest about things. That's what. Okay. Oh, thank you for posture tech too. That is a fair one. And I should stretch. Yes, 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 yes. Yes. Here we go. Ugh. Feels like there's like a hair at the back of my throat or something. It feels something is tickling me. Give her water. Weird feelings. Okay. Good stretched. Good stretched. Now we got the cards. And it'll be coming next, so I don't need another thing. I'm gonna move the mic, and we're gonna go ahead and start card dealing. Oh wait, we're not reading card dealing. Raven. There you go. Here we go. Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to curse you. Drink water, quick. Maybe gargle. It helped. I don't know. I'm sorry. Going to bed just because your throat feels funny now? Oh. You're going to bed, so you're going to redeem rage buffing? Okay. I'll do humming and then that right away. Okay. Aw. It's okay. I get to my emotions real quick. I don't need no rage buffing to vent. Oh, did I miss one? There. Alright, lurk away. Thank you. Okay. There's cards. I'm gonna move my. Okay, we're back up. We're gonna do. Let's do rage first. I don't know why, but yeah, we'll do rage puffin first. Okay. Angry. I can do this. I'm angry. Alright. Yes, back to lyric quality. Yes, I was just muted while I move the mic, because sometimes it makes big, obnoxious sounds when I move it. Mostly when I move it back more than when I move it toward, like the dice or card dealing, because I have to pull it down, and then, it's the pulling it up that sometimes is like monster noises. I don't know. But yeah, there you go. There was our rage puffing. I'm going to hydrate after that. Little scratchy. Alright. And now it's humming time. Here we go with humming. To get back to a more relaxing energy, my goodness. My goodness. My boss will be here shortly. Oh boy. Okay. Alright. Here's humming. No more Angie. What's your boss's favorite one of my songs? What should we sing? I get the feeling I know what one. I get the feeling I know who Honkenheimer is. Honkenstein? I forget his name. Who is our fake sir? What was it? Heinrich Honkenstein. Steen? We'll say Steen. Okay. I gotta start it lower. Oh, I'll die otherwise. Following. Oh, good night, Divad. Eat well, take care, thank you for being here. See you again soon, hopefully. I think your boss is going to pop in here and instantly be hypnotized with my humming and will fall asleep. I don't think your boss will do shit. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go with this one. Where is our little honk? Where is our little honk? You're gonna miss your favorite song. If you don't know, that's our goose song, but it is hummed. Somehow always feel relaxed. Aww. I'm so glad. It is always, like, number one for the compliments that I'm helping people feel relaxed, cozy, eepy, and the such. So thank you. Okay. Oh, right. This guy. We've got no other redeems, so I think we can get back to the story, but I think I should run an ad first because I do think it's going to take us a while to get to the end of the story still. I'll just do a 30-second ad real quick for now. Here we go. 30-second ad while I hydrate. Still in stupid Twitch jail. Oh, what would your redeem be? Raven! Ah! Oh no! It did dip. Oh no. It came back. In numbers, it's back. Okay, it's steadying. It's steadying. It's back. Okay. I don't know if you can hear, so I typed it. Because ad. But yes, it was going down. It absolutely was going down. You say scissors again. Okay. We can do it, scissors. We can do it, scissors. Yes, 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 yes. Here they are. Scissors time. What did I spell wrong? Scissors snip. I didn't smell. I spells bad. It's fine. Also, I've never taken it before. Spelling class. What do you mean spelling classes? What did I do? Bam! You got me all scared. Frickin' heck, Wally. Go to bed. Hell of a cliffhanger there for a minute. Looks good to me. Internet being weird again. Yeah, mine dipped out, but it did come back right around that ad. Thank you for calling it out. I don't know what's going on. It's freaking weird. Hold on. Big cough. Okay, we're back. So we've still got a little bit. And mine dipped. Okay, yeah, mine was good there. Alright, yeah, we've still got a good chunk of story to go. I'm gonna try and not interrupt, but he gets me all upset because he doesn't address his feelings. Okay. What would it be like? Maybe I'm more like my old man than I realize. Remember how I said my sis has to sometimes drag him to the dinner table? Well, that's about what happened there, I guess. That's pretty much what Haley had to do for me tonight. She came down around 7, but she wasn't looking to use the shower. Oh, hi, LaHonk. You show up and then you disappear? And then you gather? Hello. Guess what you missed, LaHonk? Guess what you missed? Guess what you missed, LaHonk? You missed your song. Okay, I gotta keep reading now. I'm sure you will see later. So Haley had to come down and get him to go eat food. She came down at around 7, but she wasn't looking to use the shower. She grabbed me by the wrist without saying a word and let me out of Mike's place and led me out of Mike's place, not let. Oops. Where is my... Led me out of Mike's place onto the elevator, then into her amazing smelling apartment. There you go. Well, I'm enjoying the story for that one reason. See, this guy tried to figure out his... It is fun. The apartment smells good. That's where we were at. Yeah, amazing smelling apartment where she sat me at her dining room table. Stay, she said like I was some kind of German shepherd. Then she marched into her kitchen and pulled open her oven door. I sat there looking at my hands and thinking about back home. Christmas Eve is always better than Christmas for us Espinosas. All the cousins and aunties and uncles show up at my grandma's, and the whole place smells like tortillas and chile colorado, and Auntie Cecilia brings in heaping plates of sweet tamales, and my Uncle Guillermo sneaks us hits off the Patron bottle. He always dresses up in Christmas wrapping paper. A little present for mine own self, essay. It says in quotes, so that must be what he's usually saying. In the living room, all the men tell stories about work, while the women in the kitchen tell stories about the men. And the whole apartment is filled with non-stop laughter, even when one of the little ones knocks something over, a glass frame or crystal figurine. We all just laugh and laugh and laugh. Even Grandma, as she sweeps the glass shards into her ancient metal dustpan. Home, man. Oh, that's a good catch. I just looked up. This is one long drinker. You're very up. You're very, very correct. Home, man. I miss that shit so much. I just felt like I should finish that page. Come here, bookmark. Extra bookmark, because they're... Okay, cool. Here we go. I know I screwed it up, but check this out. Bam. Real quick. And then... Whoosh, whoosh. Okay, here we go. Back to the story. He misses home, and he's been dragged to dinner. He says, I missed them. Them in italics. There's no way I'm going to let you starve down there on Christmas Eve, Haley said, walking back into the dining room with a plate full of food. She set it down in front of me. I wasn't starving, I said, staring at her beautiful dinner. She lowered her eyes at me. Yes, you were shy. Okay, maybe a little. She knows. Stop lying. It's pointless. It's so annoying. Why was she doing all this for me? Because she's nice and it's the Christmas spirit and she clearly likes you. It's all right there. Okay. Why was she doing this for me? I wondered. Because I'd loaned her Mike's shower? If that was it, she's definitely getting the raw end of the deal. All I'd had to do was let her in the front door. Judging by what was on my plate, she'd busted her ass in the kitchen. She grilled some sort of white fish and made some roasted potatoes and sourdough bread and these broccoli pieces with long stems I always forget the name of. Looks like she did good. Okay. You want a Pinot Gris or Chardonnay? She shouted from the kitchen. Are you talking about wine? I called back. She came out with a second plate of food and set it down across from me. Of course I'm talking about wine. What else would I be talking about? When it comes to that stuff, I told her, squirming in my chair, you're going to have to dumb it down a little. All I know is red or white. She stood there staring at me. Well, they're both white. White goes with fish. So that settles it then, I said. We'll go with the white. That's the energy I need. Admit to, I don't fucking know, girl. Like, that's the energy. I know, but... Oh, forget it. Okay, we don't need that, lady. You could just pick whichever one you were going to drink. Or give him the one you're not going to drink that you don't like as much. Like, it's not so hard. Okay. She went back into the kitchen and came back with a bottle of wine and poured our glasses full. Cheers, she said, holding up her glass. Salute, I said, the way my old man always does. We clinked glasses. After the half-dozen muffins I'd wolfed down for breakfast, that's right, I ate every last one of those bastards, I was no longer desperate, but my entire body came alive when I started putting down Haley's perfectly grilled fish. This was real food, with real nutritional value. I felt like I was turning from a floppy stuffed bear into an actual human being. Congrats. Look, maybe if you had done that last night, you would have also had that food then. Wow, who'd have thunk? Okay. The wine wasn't hurting either, and Haley was quick to refill our glasses. Oh, and don't think you're getting off the hook, she said. What do you mean? The truth game, she said. Just because I didn't take a shower tonight doesn't mean we're not sharing. You did shower this morning, I'm pretty sure, right? That's when you showed up and did that? Also, hi, the one Gab. It would be making me hungry if I hadn't had food recent enough, too. If this story lasts as long as it has been, we'll all be very hungry. Because it's just very long. I'll get hungry again while reading it. The truth came. You had taken a shower this morning. I'm pretty sure. Anyway. This dinner's amazing, I said, pointing at my half-empty plate. It's just baked cod. Haley paused for a few seconds before adding, but thank you. I need to be better at taking compliments. Yes, you're working on yourself at least. Thank you. You go first this time. I stabbed another piece of long-stemmed broccoli. I don't know why, but I was excited to hear what Haley had to share. Maybe I was kind of getting into her corny game. You were excited to hear what she had to share because you like her and you want to get to know her better. Maybe women have value for that. I don't think that he was ever like saying that they don't, but the little females comments gave me a little bit of that energy. So I'm just like, yeah, you want to know her personal story. Like, this is, what the fuck, dude? Why do you keep saying these things? Like, I don't know why I had feeling. Okay, Haley took a sip of wine and then just sat there, holding her glass like she was thinking. Sometimes I worry about myself. I mean, I don't have a ... thing. I got good grades all through high school, right? Strike that. I got very good grades. I was valedictorian. And I scored high on the SATs, and I had all the extracurriculars my counselor said I should have for my college applications. I volunteered at a mental health clinic during sophomore year, but I only did it because I knew it would look good. Messed up, right? It was at that moment that I realized how truly beautiful Haley was. So the second she starts talking about therapy, we immediately like, I don't hear words, I just see. Oh, she pretty. Oh my god. Okay. She had a perfect complexion and high cheekbones, and there were these cute little freckles surrounding her nose. But I don't just mean physically. A lot of girls look good to me. I have what you might call a flexible aesthetic. But there was something about Haley that went beyond looks, like how she had these dimples whenever she grinned, and when she said something self-effacing, she'd shrug her shoulders a little bit and tilt her head and glance at her feet. And sometimes, when her light brown eyes locked on to my dark brown ones, it was like she was reaching a hand all the way into my chest, like she was digging around in there for the most honest thing she could find. It made me want to quit hiding, even though I'd be taking the chance of her not liking what she discovered. Wow, real connection. Who'd have thought? Sorry, I just gotta keep roasting him for this bullshit. The problem is, Haley went on, I never understood why I was doing anything other than I knew what was expected. She refilled both our glasses again. And I'm not even saying my parents pushed me. or my counselors at school. It was me. I wanted to excel, but every decision I made through high school was based on how I thought it might make me look on paper. I never stopped to think about what I actually liked to do. That's kind of sad, don't you think? More like honest. Usually I like to keep quiet. I'd like to listen, but the wine was just reaching my head and I felt oddly comfortable, so I let myself talk. Ooh. Here's a question, I told her. Would you rather be great at something you like, or just okay at something you love? Jesus, I don't know, Haley said. That's hard. What about you? Sounds like this is coming from a personal place. I stuck my silverware on my empty plate and leaned back with my wine glass. I felt like I was in a movie or something. One about rich British people, like the show Haley had mentioned before. Talking all deep in a beautiful New York apartment, swirling damn wine in an actual wine glass. The only other time I'd had wine, me and Jessica drank it out of shot glasses because that's all we could find at her stepdad's place. You couldn't find water glasses at least? Okay. The one thing I know I love, I said, besides my family, is music, guitar. But I also know I'm not that good at it. You play down there sometimes, don't you? Me? No way, not at Mike's. I'm talking about at my own place. Stop lying! It says, like he didn't say that out loud. He said it to himself. Use a bowl. Yes, be fancy gentlemen. Use a bowl. Okay. Yeah, he's just keep lying. And then he says, okay, maybe I mess around a little. Not for real, though. Finally, he's admitting things. Wow. I knew it, Haley said. At first I thought it was the radio, which must mean you're pretty good. I shook my head, embarrassed. Anyways, let's just move on. Haley laughed. Looks like I'm not the only one who could be better at taking compliments. After a short stretch of silence, one that didn't even feel that awkward, I said, I guess I don't really know what I want to do either. Sometimes I feel like a shook-up bottle of soda. Like, I have all this passion that wants to explode, but I don't know where to aim it yet. Is that kind of what you mean? Exactly. And sometimes I get worried I'll never know where to aim it. Haley emptied the rest of her wine bottle into our glasses, but there were only a few drops left, so she got up and opened the second one. We talked for hours after dinner. When the second bottle of wine was gone, I raced downstairs to grab Mike's bottle of vodka. When I came back, Haley fixed us vodka cranberries, and we sat on the couch in the living room, and we talked and talked and talked. Well, they're getting real. Oh, my gosh. I just saw a phrase, and I'm like, is this actually Downton Abbey? Oh, my God, you do. They're drinking lots, and I'm expecting them to finally get to the part where Haley does cheat on her boyfriend, because I just know that that's where this is going to go. But, oh boy, here we go. They kept talking. Haley told me what it was like growing up in Oregon. I told her about life near the Mexican border. Haley described what she'd be doing back home right now, dinner at a fancy restaurant with her mom, dad, and little sister, followed by each of them opening one gift by the fire, and I told her about Christmas Eve at my grandma's. By midnight, I was officially drunk, and as much as I liked talking to Haley, I also wondered what it would be like to kiss Haley. So I started down a very different road. Hey, Haley, I said. Hey, Shy. Maybe it's my turn to make up the rules. Uh-oh. Haley looked away from me, sensing where I was going. She said, uh-oh, by the way. We aren't just me. This isn't my game anymore, though. This is just two people talking. Please tell me you know the difference. I know, I said, but I just maybe sort of What? I wonder how it would feel to, like, hold your hand. I want to hold your hand. Oh, that's all. Yeah, and he's needing a game to excuse it right now, and that's just silly. But here we go. Oh, no, wait. It would be silly if she didn't have a boyfriend. It is officially very fair that he needs to have a reason. But anyway. I set down my wine glass and faced her, like we were on an actual date. Haley forced a laugh. We wouldn't be on an actual date, though, because I have a boyfriend back home, remember? Oh, shit, I said, the patient guy. I almost forgot about him. It was true. I'd gotten so caught up in the moment I completely forgot about the world outside of the apartment complex. I picked up my wine glass again, sipped a little more vodka cranberry. That's when Haley did something that surprised me. She set down her glass, then took my glass out of my hand and set it down too. But it's not like you're talking about getting married, right? You're talking about holding hands. Hypothetically. I swallowed hard to test the feel. What the fuck do you mean to test the... She's doing playful like it's not real, and you're doing, yes, so I can kick the tires. What the fuck? But okay. Which I suppose is pretty harmless in the grand scheme of things, I guess she says. Though, I'll be honest, I touched Haley's bare ankle. When I touched Haley's bare ankle earlier, I was like, what the fuck is this? Oh no, an ankle. Scandalous. Anyways, a small part of me might also be talking about marrying you. She slapped my hand away. See, this is why I never should have taken a shower down there. Showers can lead to hand-holding, which can lead to... ... People are better off growing Christmas dreads. But, you know, she just said that. Haley smoothed her pretty hair behind her ears and reached for my hand. I could hardly breathe. It was everything I wanted, but at the same time it was scary as shit too, because I knew myself. I felt the unbalanced thing to the point that I couldn't even think straight. Haley's eyes locked inside mine, her hand in my hand, which was making my whole arm tingle, my whole body. It's a pretty good fit, I managed to say. She made it so our fingers were linked, and for a few long seconds, we just looked at each other. I glanced at her lips before forcing myself back to her eyes. Her face grew more serious, and she cleared her throat softly. I have to admit something. It's kind of bad. What do you mean? You're yelling at me? I'm gone? No, I'm not gone. Please, no. Okay, it says I'm still running. And my thing says it's happy. Oh, no. There's the laggy. I see it. Oh, jeez. Am I back up? Looks like I'm moving again. I'm fine. But where were we? You don't know? Yes, that's fair. The one Gam. When you said she gone, what was the last bit I said? Because we were getting juicy. I do not want to skip ahead for you guys. I'm going to guess. The growing Christmas dreads bit. How about that? She was saying, yeah, this is why I never should have come down here. Showers can lead to hand-holding, which can lead to ... People are better off growing Christmas dreads. And then she still said, Haley smoothed her pretty hair behind her ears and reached for my hand. I could barely breathe. It was everything I wanted, but at the same time, it was scary as shit, too. Oh, you were feeling it out? We had more lag? We did. It's a pretty good fit. I don't know about the swallowed part. But okay, we'll just go with it's a pretty good fit, and I'll keep moving. She made it so our fingers were linked, and for a few long seconds, we just looked at each other. Hi, Mask. All right, lurk time. Yes, go back to bed. I glanced at her lips before forcing myself back to her eyes. Her face grew more serious, and she cleared her throat softly. I have to admit something. It's kind of bad. Uh-oh, I said, nervous she was going to pull the plug. No, that's definitely the kind of words that says she's going to take it further. Just saying. I didn't really procrastinate. I bought my plane ticket home weeks ago. In my drunken state, it took me a few seconds to realize what she was saying. She had chosen not to go home, which meant she was avoiding something, possibly someone. My heart pounded against the inside of my chest. Yet when she said, "He's so patient," it read as, "I feel so bad that I don't like him anymore." Okay. "I just never went to the airport," she said. "Why?" "Because I'm a coward." She scooted a little closer to me on the couch. "Well, you're pretty brave for get closer, okay? Do you think less of me now?" "Why would I?" said. She shrugged. "What are you thinking, then?" I swallowed hard and stared at my drink for a couple of seconds. When I looked back up at her, I said, "I'm thinking about what it would be like to kiss your cheek." Mm. Haley breathed deeply and squeezed my hand. "Maybe you should find out." But when I leaned in, aiming for just inside her left ear, she turned suddenly, and I ended up kissing her on the lips instead. It was just a peck, and then I pulled back and looked at her, but both our eyes locking on each other's and our chests going in and out and in and out. Without thinking, I took her face in my hands, gently as I could, and I kissed her again. Longer this time, not a peck, but the real kind, and she kissed me back. She shoved me onto my back, still kissing me, her hands gripping wildly at my hair, mine slowly moving down her warm body. "What are we doing?" she breathed into my ear. "I can't with this fucking honor." "I don't even know," I said, and then we were kissing again. I got lost in it, her lips, her touch, me and Haley. She'd made me dinner, and now we were together on her couch. It didn't seem possible, and for a few seconds my amazement pulled me out of my body. I found myself hovering up near the ceiling. "You're literally disassociating. Sir, please go to therapy." I found myself hovering up near the ceiling, watching everything unfold in awe. But then I forced myself to focus on her lips again, and the feel of my hands on her stomach, and I rematerialized. It was all so... alive. I felt like I was breathing the world into my lungs. In a few minutes, I flipped her onto her back and pinned her arms. And I pulled away and just stared at her, both of us breathing, wanting more. "What is it?" she said. "I wonder more things," I told her. She closed her eyes and slowly opened them. "I know you do, but... like how it would feel to be with you." When she didn't answer, I lowered my face toward hers, and we kissed some more. But this time I felt this surge of energy so powerful. My mind slipped away completely. I reached up and undid her blouse, one button at a time. And then I reached around her back and undid her bra clasp. That's when she stopped me. She turned her head and spun out of my grip and immediately started reclasping her bra and buttoning her blouse. "Oh, shit," I watched her, my stomach flooding with nervous butterflies. "Shit, I went too far, didn't I?" "Oh, you're getting so nervous." Putty, breathe. She feels guilty, probably. Oh, he's just like, oh, no. It's okay, breathe. When she didn't answer right away, I said, "Haley?" She stood up and covered her face with her hands for a few seconds. When she removed them, her expression was worried. "What am I doing?" "It was totally my fault," I said. She started... oh no, Icarus! Okay. "It was totally my fault," I said. She started to pick up our still half-full wine glasses. Then she put them back down and went to the door and pulled it open. "I'm going to have to ask you to leave, Shy. I'm sorry." "I apologize, Haley. I got carried away. Just please," she said, cutting me off. And she wouldn't look at me. That was maybe the worst part of it all. If she'd have just looked at me, then she'd know how sincerely apologetic I was, and everything would be okay, but she never did. "Buddy, she's not looking at you because if she does, she will want to, like magnets, just slip back together. She is trying to do the thing where she's not actively cheating on her boyfriend, but she is. It's guilt. It's not you. It's that she should know better, and I mean, you shouldn't really do it either, but you're not the one in the relationship that you're breaking trust and all that, so... but she is feeling guilty. This is okay. It's okay. Pat. Okay. Yeah, she has a boyfriend that she was supposed to go home to see, but she intentionally did not go to the airport. And she's been lying, saying that it was, Bonk, this lady? Yes, this lady was naughty. Ooh, but she could have been naughtier. Okay, anyway, yeah, she chose not to go home for Christmas and then she got snowed in because she was trying to avoid Buddy. She did it all on purpose. She sabotaged herself because she's a coward about breaking up, I guess. But anyway, okay, but she never looked up. Okay, I moved through the door into the hall. I hit the elevator button and stared at my shoes, listening to her door click, closed behind me. Christmas Day. Could have been worse, but could have been better. Agreed. Okay. Christmas Day. Haley didn't come down for a shower on Christmas morning. I waited around in the living room on the couch next to Olive, the cat he's cat sitting, listening for her knock, but it never came. I stared at the text of my novel, but really I was analyzing the night before from every possible angle. He's probably not analyzing the one angle that's most reasonable because he tends to... I stand by, he needs therapy. Or at least it would be good if he could open up in therapy, but probably he wouldn't even open up then, and so then, of course, it would do nothing. But he needs to actually do the therapy, and then that would maybe do something. Instead, he'll use the woman for his emotional labor. Yay. Okay. It always came down to the same thing. Me. I knew she had a boyfriend. It's not you, it's her then. Anyway, yeah, maybe the fact that she didn't fly home meant that they were on the rocks or whatever, but still, I'd taken it too far. Why did I have to be that guy? The one who always wanted more? Why are you turning it into that? You're turning this moment into I'm always friend-zoned. Really? Fucking hell. I didn't call home until noon because of the 3-hour time difference. I talked to my dad a little, but mostly I talked to my sis. Merry Christmas, we both told each other. She described all the food she was making and how Pops was driving to Chula Vista to pick up Grandma, who had promised to bring a big stack of tortillas. Then they were going to drive up to the cemetery with flowers. It won't be the same without you, my sis told me. Yeah. No, I'm serious. It'll be the first time I've ever gone without you. She paused. You better not be spending today alone, Shy, because that would just be sad. Oh, hell no. A few friends are coming over, and we're baking a ham and shit. It's gonna be legit. You know, like he keeps lying about things. I switched the phone from one ear to the other. I still wish I was with you guys, though. By the way, Peanut's tooth is better. We can tell because he's constantly hounding us for food again, which you started. I smiled, remembering how I used to sneak Peanut my dinner scraps on the sly. We talked a little more about my old man, who she claimed was doing better too, and then I told her I had to go get ready for my friends. We said our goodbyes, but before she could hang up I said, oh, and Soph? Yeah? Stay away from dudes. I can't with you. Yeah. I showered with the door open and put on the best shirt I'd packed for cat sitting. And I even put some of Mike's gel in my hair, trying to tame my crop. Then I sat with the cat and read my book, though secretly I was still listening for knocks. Aww. And then the next chapter. He got all done up. I don't know if he did anything. He saw anyone. But okay. Snow-covered stoop. I woke up from a nap to the sound of Olive scratching at the front door. Where are you trying to go? I said, climbing off the couch. Then I saw it. A small card on the ground just inside the door. My name written in neat girl handwriting. 'Cause men can't have nice handwriting? No. Sorry, it just felt weird. I mean, it's accurate, but it's still funny to think about. I picked it up and looked through the peephole. Nobody there. I tore open the envelope. A skinny Santa was on the front of the card, waving from behind the wheel of a hybrid convertible. The handwritten note said, leftover lasagna from the night you stood me up. Heat in microwave for 2 or 3 minutes. Also, Merry Christmas. I opened the door and found a large plate covered in tinfoil. She didn't hate me. No, she hates herself. How many times do I have to try to tell you this and you will never hear? Oh, okay. The second I reached down for it, though, Olive squirted out into the hall. What do you mean she squirted out? I think you mean she squirmed out into the hall, probably, maybe? I don't know. Thank you for hydrate. Thank you. Yes, very good point. You're supposed to go eep. You've been trying to lurk and eep for a while. The fact that it's the kitty that's the one that's being sus, that emote hits harder. Yeah, I think we mean the cat squirmed out into the hall, but here we go. Hey, man! I set down the plate and lunged for her, but she took off up the stairs. Oh, that cat's going straight to the lady. This cat is actually a human in a cat suit. Setting them up. It's a little Cupid. I don't know. Okay. Straight up the stairs. The door slammed behind me as I took the stairs, 2 at a time, to Haley's floor. Olive was nowhere to be found. Great, I thought. My one damn job. Yeah. I hurried to the highest floor and searched the landing and looked out the window at the snow-covered fire escape. Then I ran all the way back down to the ground floor and checked the front vestibule where the mailboxes were. There was no sign of Olive anywhere. After another 15 minutes of unsuccessful searching, I found myself standing on Haley's welcome mat, knuckles hovering in front of her door. She'd obviously left me a plate of food as opposed to inviting me over because she didn't want to see me, and asking for help had never been my strong suit. Still, I knocked. My body stores caffeine like it stores headaches or food. Well, okay, fine. Hang out. I hope you fall asleep still, so, because that's important. But okay, yeah, the phrasing, I don't know. Okay, moving on. Still, I knocked. She opened the door right away, wearing a look of concern. What's wrong? I heard you go up and down the stairs like 15 times. Olive made a run for it. I can't find her anywhere. Mike and Janice are gonna kill me. Haley grabbed her keys. I'm sure she's here somewhere. Come on. We went back to the top floor and looked in every corner. Haley opened the window to the fire escape and stuck at her head. Nothing. Olive wasn't in the elevator either, or the trash chute, or the bike room. We scoured every floor all the way down to the ground, but on the way back up, Haley grabbed me by the wrist and pointed. You gotta be shitting me, I said. There was Olive, sitting right beside the tinfoil-covered plate, licking her right paw. She didn't even protest when Haley scooped her up into her arms. So the cat had just ran around and then went back home at her leisure. Because cats, my dude. I keyed open Mike's door and Haley set down Olive, and we both watched her saunter over to her food bowl of dry food, not a care in the world. So you went to the food, but you didn't eat the lasagna? What a good little kitty. You didn't eat the lasagna? It was right there. All you had to do was scratch open some tinfoil. It's not that hard. It's right there. Cats love lasagna. I mean, we all know. Garfield. No. Anyway, okay. It scared me to death, I said. You tried to cat sit and watch TV at the same time, didn't you? Literally. I gave her a sarcastic laugh. Seriously, though, thanks. I don't know what I would have done. No worries. Haley's hair was wet, which confused me. Spell it right and you'll get it. I know what you meant. I want to see it though. I'm not continuing until we get that command correct. Don't cry. It's okay. You'll get it. It feels like you attempt to head pat the cat and you miss because you didn't nail it. So maybe you like patted the air next to the cat and the cat's like, what? But there, you got it. You head patted. Yay! I forgot this was a real command. Oh yeah, no, it is. That's why I said you have to do it. Very much in that one moment. Okay. Haley's hair was wet, which gives me the impression that her water had some whatever kind of problem. Maybe she Googled it and fixed it herself, or maybe it righted itself, but it got better. And bada bing, bada bong, her shower was not really a problem no more, but she still went over to his place because she's wanted him the whole time. What did I say? Head pat Olive. Oh yeah, the head pat is just overwhelmed. You fail again. The cat said, oh, no, I just got head pats. Give me a minute. Try again. Try again soon. Okay. Alright, you queer? You queer? Yay! Wow, thanks, Mask. Thank you for trusting us in coming out. Don't bonk him, that's homophobia. Please clip this, somebody. This is good. Like, it's homophobic, which is weird because isn't he your lover? Aren't you too? No kiss? Aren't you too? I don't know. Absolutely not. Mask, you doth protest too much. I know it's true. Oh, it's only 31%, but we know it lies. It said I didn't love somebody earlier today, and that was bullshit. So we know the bot lies in here about love. Oh my gosh. That was so good. Okay, I'm gonna pick back up with her very clearly wanting him and him still being stupid about it. Here we go. Her hair is wet, which confused me. And her eyes look puffy, probably because she went crying. Because hopefully if she did the right thing, she told her boyfriend and they broke up finally. But we'll see if she did the right thing. We'll find out. She reached down for the plate of lasagna. Even if it was just a big ploy to get me back down here, she handed me the plate. No, it wasn't a ploy. The cat was just pulling a Cupid move. And thanks for this. I stood there holding it, I guess the lasagna, staring at the floor. About last night, Haley, I'm really, really sorry. And then she interrupts. I know you're probably starving, she said, cutting me off, but is it absolutely crucial for you to eat right this second? Now, I said. Not really. Why? Oh, right, they do hate aluminum foil. No, you're right. I skipped over that. I was like, that's easy to break through, but it's also like, no, cat would hate that. No. Couldn't be bothered. Would break the glass before touch the aluminum foil part. Okay. Put on your heaviest coat and rain boots and meet me downstairs in 5. Ooh. Why are you making him sad? You don't have to threaten. Frog will eat the cookies just fine. You don't have to make him sad. What the heck are you doing? Also, I scroll back. Why are you pointing and laughing? 'Cause the honk failed at lurk? I don't think that's as big a fail as yours, friend. I'm sorry. He's allergic to chocolate. No! Don't kill my frog! No! Unless he just gets a headache from his allergy. Then it's very just mean, but it's not as big of a deal. Anyway. Okay, the story broke, but it's not a new chapter. I think I know what they're going to do. The clouds have finally cleared, and the sun was low in the sky. Stop! No frog death. Okay, the outside air was crisp. 87 years. There you go. Yeah, that's better. Okay, the outside air was crisp. I could see my breath as I followed Haley up the buried sidewalk. But it's not actively snowing. The clouds have finally cleared. We were moving slowly because a thick layer of snow blanketed everything. I seriously love being the first one to walk in it, she said, crunching into a sea of untouched white. Same with me. All I had on was a pair of shell-top Adidas, and my socks were already soaked. My Padres sweatshirt was way too thin. I had to bury my hands deep inside my pockets to keep them warm, but trekking through the fresh snow in Brooklyn was pretty cool. Usually it turned into a nasty brown slush within minutes of falling, but there was enough snow and it would work. When we got up to 7th Avenue, we looked up and down the empty street. Tonight we have it all to ourselves, Haley said. Where are we going anyway? Prospect Park. I have a feeling it's gorgeous up there right now. All the restaurants and shops were closed, their graffitied storefront gates lowered and bolted shut. Trash bags were still piled high, buried under mountains of snow. The plowers had yet to come through, so you couldn't tell where the sidewalks ended and the street began. It's a very slow-acting poison. Okay. Couldn't tell where street began. Not that there were any cars on the move, or pedestrians for that matter. Well, you are. You're there. You're pedestrians. Haley was right. We were the only two people out braving the post-blizzard conditions. Halfway up the next block, we heard music coming from the open window of somebody's brownstone. A corny Christmas song that didn't even seem that corny. Then why'd you call it corny? Want to stop and listen for a minute? Haley asked. It'll feel more like Christmas. I feel like he called it corny because he's like, people think it's corny. And then he's like, it's not that corny because I actually like it. I don't need your bullshit, sir. Okay. It'll feel more like Christmas. Sure. I brushed off 2 spots at the bottom of the stoop and we sat down. It felt strange being so close to her. I thought about bringing up last night again to try and clear the air, but the timing didn't seem quite right. So I kept quiet, both of us listening to the music and thinking our own thoughts. The sun had ducked behind a row of brownstones to the west of us, and the wind had picked up slightly, but for some reason, I no longer felt as cold. Haley bumped her knee against mine. I have to admit something to you. One last round of getting to know you game? She grinned a little and shook her head. No, we're done with that. She picked up a loose string near the pocket of her coat. So, you remember when you came up to check out my shower? I nodded. Well, a funny thing happened that night after you left. It miraculously started running again. Wait, I said, slow on the uptake, but you still came down to use Mike's. Oops. Yeah, no shit. It dawned on me what she was saying. She'd used the shower as an excuse to ... keep coming down to see me. So your pipes aren't frozen anymore. I don't know if they ever were. She reached into her hood and pulled out a few strands of her damp blonde hair. I had just finished showering when you knocked on my door. My mom would kill me if she knew I was sitting out here with wet hair. We heard little kid laughter in the apartment with the music, and we both looked up. But you couldn't see anything. It sounded like a boy. Oh, and one other thing, Haley said. I called home earlier today, and I officially stopped being a coward. I knew it! That's why she was puffy-eyed. What do you mean? I just told Justin what I told you last night. That I had a ticket to come home, but I couldn't bring myself to get on the plane. I decided it wasn't my place to say anything, so I just listened and nodded. And I'll tell you something, she said. That wasn't fun at all. We spent half the day crying to each other on the phone. She stopped picking at the loose thread and stuck her hands into her coat pockets. But breaking it off was the right thing to do. Yeah. It's hard, I said. What is, sir? No, okay. Tell me about it, she says. It felt wrong to be excited in the wake of some other dude's misfortune. But excitement was exactly what I felt. It is hard, oh no. Sorry. Because if Haley was no longer taken, ... maybe ... Yeah, I do. I deserve the bonk. Anyway, shush. One more paragraph. We were getting up to leave when a new song started playing. Here Comes Santa Claus. Me and Haley, here comes Santa Claus. Oh, you're gonna bonk him? Might as well. Looks like she's gonna bonk him, if you know what I mean. Raven, behave. Okay. Me and Haley looked at each other and cracked up, and we both sat down. And through my laughter, I imagined the boy in the apartment above us, sitting near the radio with his little sis and his mom and dad. I wished I could tell him to remember every single thing about today. Not just whatever presents he got, but his family too. His mom. Because one day he'd be far away from home, sitting on a snow-covered stoop with a girl he might like, laughing, and he'd want to picture how they all used to be. The end. Finally. My goodness, it took us a while. I'm glad I'm getting support here. I flipped too far. Since we had skipped ahead, I have to skip past that one. Okay, so the next story is It's a Yuletide Miracle, Charlie Brown, by Stephanie Perkins. That's what we'll go to next. But finally, okay. Don't worry, your devious giggles, cackles give me life. Yay! Okay. For some reason, I feel like immediately jumping to a new partner after breaking up with another partner might not be great for her feelings later on. Yeah, probably not. Just feels like one of those things you'd want to give yourself time for. Probably not. But she was like partner right this second while I'm snowed in. So she's going through the plenty of feelings. We'll see what she decides. Maybe our guy Shy will leave and she'll have time to do things. You know, he's gotta get paid, and he's no longer gonna be house sitting, cat sitting, and then he's gonna go back to school and stuff. And then maybe a little while later he'll visit Mike and be like, "Hey, nice to see you too, Olive." And then as he's leaving, he's like, "I'm just gonna go ahead and knock on her door." You know, like maybe they'll, but I don't know. I'll say I liked that this story was a little bit more about the holidays. Like the other ones were just a kissy book. This one is about holiday. It's like looking back at how your holidays, your family moments have been, and growing up, and you never know when you're going to lose something. It's very significant. The last bit about the little boy and Shy wanting the little boy to hold on to that's very sweet and very significant. The majority of the rest of it, I shake my head and suggest therapy. That's about it. Okay. You are alive somehow? Wow. What the heck? Oh my gosh. Okay, so I have a rage puffing to do. Thank you, Lahonk, from 47 minutes ago. And so I will hydrate and I will rage puff, and we'll do a couple more triggers. And the next story we do, I'll drop the illustration in Discord and have fun. Oh no, I'm running! Okay. All right. Let's do the rage buff. I will have to run an ad again soon too. Okay. Rage by Matt de la Peña. I don't know what I was doing. Hold on. My brain broke. Hold on. Raven yawn count over 9,000. Probably. It's at least as many as the cranes I've made. It's at least as many as that. Okay. Alright. I got that. And we swapped that one. And okay. Why you gotta slap him? Or is it a silly slap? Is it a silly slap? We have confirmed mask queer. Spelled Quir though. Be specific. Okay. No ads for me. No math for you? Hee hee, cause the way you spelled that. Ha 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 hoo hoo hee hee. Okay. I need to do rage. What am I doing? Okay, here we go. the biggest, ouchiest cough. Okay, resuming. Okay. I have never interrupted the rage puffing for coughs, but I need to cough again. Oh no. Mask? I never said son of a. I'm pretty sure I didn't say son of a. In my head, I was not. Oh no. Oh no. Yes, it's gonna be Kalimba now. I don't think I did. It probably sounded plenty like it. You should you heard that. I don't know. Oh, I get maybe. Oh no, never mind. It's the honk. The honk is always a lie. The honk is always a lie. Okay, but it is Kalimba. It is. And no more rage. All right. It's not animal abuse if I'm an animal. Come here. Yeah, and then it's just nature. I never lie. You're lying right now. But you weren't lying just then. That's okay. Okay. All right. Come here, Kalimba. Where did you go? And as the first Kalimba redeemed during our holiday stuffs, Abraham LaHonk Lincoln. Is that your full name? Mask, how would you know his full name unless... Where? Oh? Mm? 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 Okay, let's see how I do. I don't know. Okay. That felt a little bit wrong. That sounded just a little bit off. But okay. No, wait, you're getting it all wrong. Okay. We're trying. It's new. Thank you for the dance. Thank you. I'm trying. It's a while, right? Okay. just a little bit off. I feel like you're incorrect, book. You're very close, but it's incorrect. It sounds wrong. Like the... Mm-mm. No, it's close, but it feels wrong. No, I don't know where it's supposed to go. I'm lost. Okay. Close enough. Okay. I'm back. I always do this. Are you just playing truth, or are we trying to get rid of one another? Yet another accomplished holiday. That's just every stream is true. It looked like Raven was about to murder me. What do you mean? I wasn't gonna murder none of you. Where is the mythical frog? Or is just a rainbow one is the mythical? Yeah. Like she stared into my... Ah, sorry. When I'm looking down at the kalimba, my model looks like she is on a whole other world. Okay, I scroll back. I know you guys are doing them. It was a U.S. president joke. Oh, well, oops. Missed it. Revive me. Oh, no. You are with them romantically. Yeah. Christmas kalimba. Yay. No, honk. Mask says no. Not gonna revive. And then the more pew pews and chaos. Did stream freeze for anyone else for a second? Oh no, dang it. Put the gun down or the frau gets it. No. Okay. And then we're all caught up. Just like it looked like murdered family. No. Okay. I will try holiday tune one more time. And when I fail, we will transition to one more song, one that we normally do. That'll probably still not do too great. But hey, I'm with doused mother romantically. It's thine. Just do it. Just Kath. Okay, no. Back to Holiday Kalimba, and I'm not looking at any of you because I'm too focused on Kalimba. I don't think this is right, but... Oh my gosh, I lost where it was? Okay. Sorry. No. no, the stream froze. Dang it. Damn it. You little shit. What you fucking doing? You gotta do this again. Son of a... Son of a nutcracker. How rude of it. How rude of you. Oh, thank you, dude. Hi, welcome in. You caught this nonsense. Been doing this on and off for a long while now. Yeah, but it shouldn't be. I don't want it to do. Oh, you here with a tool? Are you gonna fix my Wi-Fi? I would very much appreciate. Yes, please. Well, with that, we're gonna transition to a different song. Let's pick another song. I think we're gonna go with this one. And then we're gonna be done with Kalimbas. I'm gonna run an ad. I'm sorry. And then we're gonna read the next story. So we're gonna do this ad. Next one. Yeah. Well, the highlight is Son of a Nutcracker. That's the most important. My Wi-Fi tweaking like hell, tweaking. I saw it. Mine was freaking out too. You're not alone. But okay. I'll ask Kalimba before next story. Well, before ad and then next story. But here we go. Here we go. It's been a minute and I was just on Jingle Bells, so my brain is elsewhere. What the hell? I'm not very dexterous right now. My thumbs are stumbly. Every time. But no, we're not doing that. Oh no, it's because it's this way. Oh, I'm dumb. Oh yeah. Raven is elsewhere. My gosh, it's been so long. How did that go so much better at the end? Oh my gosh. It's like I rolled a 1, a 2, a 1, and then 18. How do I do this? So many times it's like I can't play for shit. I can't play for shit. I can't. Oh, actually, I just did pretty good. Cool. Oh, Raven's Kalimba journey. My gosh. Oh, gosh. Well, I might need to leave stream for a bit. Yes. All good. To be fair, I thought you were going to disappear a while ago. I thought you were going to go bed. But you just keep lurking around, and then you're too tempted. Something crashed, and you're like, Raven, because I asked you to do that. I hope you fall asleep. But if you don't, and you're just still here, okay. Let's charge that earbud and look after yourself. Maybe try fall asleep without the earbud. Maybe then you sleep. Maybe. I just worry. I hope you get good eeps. I hope you can get rest. I am gonna run an ad now, a 1 minute, and then we're gonna start up the next story. And I will drop the photo into the Discord now. So here we go. Here's the ad. I'm warning you. Warning. Ad. And now I'm hungry. After we finish the story all about food, caffeine be keeping me awake. Like, what the fuck? Oh, and now we're dropped. What the No, internet, pop back up. Thank you. Don't quit the session. Okay, the session says it's still going. It didn't die. It just dropped way to the butthole. Bottom of the frickin' internet. Still not too great. Ugh, frickin' heck. Drink the energy drink at 8 a.m. It's 11 p.m. This is why you only drink part of the energy drink. But goddamn. Damn. Yeah, I knew it froze. I called it out. I did see it. Uh-oh, but Twitch is being funky. Oh, there you go. There. So, okay. I drink the 3 coffees a day at least. Oh, damn. It's dropping again. No, Wi-Fi, don't do this. I need to read a story. Cooperate, please. 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 Okay, there we go. We're better. Will it stay better? Nope, it just dropped again. Damn it. Good thing this is in the not during the middle of the story, but fuck. It says my session is still going strong. It's just lagging out. Son of a nutcracker. So rude. Shut this, go over here. And then I'll put this. Okay. It seems to be sticking around. We might be able to start the story in a minute. It's not disappearing too quick. Some brains, caffeine is just like, hey. I'm one of those brains that sometimes I have the caffeine and it's like, are we time for bed now? And I'm like, fuck you. And we dipped. What the fuck? Wi-Fi, why are you doing this? What has happened? I need to get new Wi-Fi maybe. Or yell at something to get fixed. Which is going to be a whole thing. Getting Wi-Fi providers to the Enchanted Forest. It's a whole time, guys. It's a whole thing. Okay. Put that away. You yell, I know it did it again. It's not stopping. I did, I saw it. It's doing it pretty consistently now, but it's pissing me off. For me, it's either to make sure I don't get too tired at work, to help me focus on working on projects. Yeah, that's pretty much what the caffeine should do for me, and sometimes it do, but a lot of the time it don't. Instead, it's just an asshole. We gotta live up to the mocha name. Well, yeah. Gotta have all that mocha. Caffeine makes me sleepy or keeps me awake for there you go. For some brains, that drug just hits funky. It just do. Goes to show you never know what your brain will do to whatever drug, or your body will do to whatever drug. It's doing the second one right now. Yeah, I didn't think it was the first. Wait, what if you have a little bit of coffee and then it puts you to bed? And I'm freezing again. I know! Dunk. I'm leaning on the mic so real close. Real close. No, it's going again. Just give it a second. It'll drop. I'm seeing my little KBPS little meter thing is like all the colors. It was green, bright green now, and then it's teal, and then red. Orange, yellow, green, red. Yes, ADHD is a common one. Red. No, it was doing better in red, and then it dipped out. Okay, guys. Oh no, it's not popping back up. Don't tell me you killed it. Don't kill it. Please 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 don't kill it. I'm worried that my stream is about to officially crash and reset. Ooh. I haven't changed anything because I'm waiting for it to just drop again. And it's not going to change. It doesn't do it always to everybody with the same thing. Each brain is different. Everybody's a little different, even if you have the same diagnosis as somebody. Oh my god. I want to murder my Wi-Fi. I'll kill you, Wi-Fi. You hear me fine? It hasn't dipped out in any of this? It hasn't done any lagging, none of that at all, Cage? Is my little meter just bullshit? Or is it like maybe it's only affecting the visuals when it do the short things? Yeah, it keeps freezing, little pieces at a time. But lately it's happening so often that it's not recovering properly. In the last little span, it hasn't been able to hold on to doing good. Is it reading on Twitch that I've still been streaming for 3:08 and change? Gotta keep refreshing page. It's not just you. I'm gonna refresh the page and see what it does. I'm gonna see how it responds. Couple small hiccups, but not that many at all. Okay. New router. No, I think that one I can figure out. Maybe I'll yell at whoever the frick. I'm worried. Okay, maybe I'm stupid. Who here is well versed with VPNs and stuffs? Because I am new to them, but I got one and I haven't used it. Like, I haven't done the change my thingy recently. I got a package. Oh, it dipped again. Damn it, you dipper. Oh, and now it's straight loading. Stream's going down, down, and really around. Sugar streams going down, stringing. Okay. Raven, your internet connection is not liking you today. It very much is not. I don't know why you hate me. Wi-Fi recently. Says we're still going. Oh no, wait, then it dipped. Did it finally crash? Oh no. No? It's still hanging out. It's still hanging out. Okay. The second it properly crashes, I will possibly wrap up for the night and just like give up. Just be here for the last little 5 minutes to raid out and whatever. But anyway, I got a VPN and like I got it because my virus protection was running out and I was supposed to reload it, and then I was like, you know what? I have wondered about getting a VPN. I should do that. And so I did. And as soon as I did it, which was right before the subathon, I was noticing little moments where my Wi-Fi was being weird. Very rarely, but it was sometimes being a little bit weird. And I was like, that's just, I no longer have the active virus protection. And whether that's actually viruses coming after me or because it's, companies trying to lure you into pay us more again, kind of things. I got the VPN with a virus protection package, so that I was like, I rationalized it that I would pay more and get the new thing because I had to upload it anyway. Yeah, I know they're not the same. I just was like, yeah. And so I haven't been actively using the VPN thing. I know it takes more processing, so I'm not using it. But when I tried to use it, the Wi-Fi was stupid slow. Even with one window open, it was like, I can't. And it wasn't doing shit. And then it was like, I haven't used it at all. I'm not using it even now. But after I started using it is when, like after subathon is when I started getting these stalls. It wasn't immediately after I set it in, but it was after the subathon I started having these weird stalls. And I wonder if maybe it started to happen even during the subathon. Because I got it just before the subathon, like the day before. And so I'm wondering, is it me trying to use the VPN what ended up making my Wi-Fi be fuckety because something isn't connected right anymore because I tried to leave? Oh no, you're good, Frigid. You were trying to clarify. I didn't take any offense at that at all. Yeah, I'm not actively using it, and I don't know, but it was also a little bit weird before, so I wonder, what the hell am I supposed to do? And will I get a refund if I do cancel? Well, it was money. It was money. So I'm annoyed. And so if you guys know if that would affect it, then yeah, I will get rid of that. I'll go back to whatever I had before for virus protection and just pretend it never happened. Because it's not even properly working. But yeah. Raven's Rage has made it stop dipping. She's too powerful. I shamed it into cooperating when I finally called it out. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I wonder. The thing is, it's not doing it, like, it's not causing it to fully crash. When I'm not streaming, it doesn't seem to be bad, but when I'm not streaming, I don't have an active ticker telling me how much it's doing kbps. So I don't, see it second to second changing. The only time I do notice that is in stream. So I'm wondering, what the heck? What the heck indeed? She beat it into submission. Get your mind out of the gutter. You're the one that said that. Raven's internet. Raven. Very little relief. Okay. It wasn't in the gutter. It was just right next to it. Okay. Well, it does seem to have bounced back. The stream did not full on crash. I would like to at least attempt one more story. I don't know if I trust trying to do 2 more stories tonight. Also, this last one was so long, there's no way. But we're going to try for this next story. You yell at me, not just when it starts to slow down. If I'm reading and you're like, hey, we missed it, go back. Like, tell me when the audio dips out. Like, oh, we missed part of the story. Let me double check. We were at this. Tell me that. But properly full on. Okay, good night. You got it. You're ending the stream, I guess, Miss Ma'am, because I will wrap up the stream if it crashes. I'm not putting up with it. I'm not putting up with its bullshit. But yeah. Leave me alone. Someone I watch has some weird people watching. No, Wally. We fully feel it's good. You're good. That's where I was. I wanted that joke. You're good. LeBonk isn't here. I can't bonk him. He bonks you when you're not here. You guys can bonk each other when they're not here, I think. I'm pretty sure. You might not be able to tag him properly, but just like we bonk that cat. The frog. Just bonk him. Go ahead. It's all good. We know. Maybe it'll be like bonking the picture of him. Well, they all have weird people watching. It's honk. It's true. It's true. Okay. Whoo, and this one had a cute title. I was so excited for it. Okay, how long are you gonna be? Little story. Oh, no. No, actually, this is good. If I'm only gonna read 2 stories, the second one should also be long so that it feels right. Okay. It did dip. Yes, it did. I said when I... Okay. Oh, does my internet have a problem with him? Okay. Hey. I see. If this is the pattern, then we have to kick him out. I'm sorry, Lahonk. I said his name. We're all gonna get super superstitious at this point, aren't we? Okay. This is the next story. It's a fun title. It's a Yuletide miracle, Charlie Brown. Yuletide miracle. Charlie Brown. And this one is the story that's written by the editor, Stephanie Perkins, which is fun. Get out of her internet, please. First time I bonked a sussy goose. He needs to feel this one in his soul. Okay. I'm going to put that over there. I'm going to put the title up on the screen. Don't worry about me, just taking my time. It's a freaking long story. Title to you. How do I spell G's? It's a Yuletide miracle. Charlie Brown. Not by Matt, instead by Stephanie Perkins. No, there we go. Yeah, that's the next one. And the title's so big, I feel like I have to wait over here. Stay in the little pocket. It's a long title. Oh, there you go. Not a twig. It's gonna be all the way in my face. I'll sit over here. Just hide a little bit over here. No, I won't. I'm gonna end up leaning right here when I'm reading. Oh, we'll see. We'll see. Okay. Here we go. Let's hope my internet's cooperates. Oh shit. Okay. It's a Yuletide miracle, Charlie Brown. Marigold loved this Christmas tree a lot. It was brighter and maybe even warmer than her mother's apartment, for one thing. Fires crackled inside metal drums. Strings of bare bulbs crisscrossed overhead. And beside the entrance, there was a giant plastic snowman that glowed electric orange. Its pipe gave off real puffs of smoke. Ooh. Oh, no. Very good of you, Wally. Thank you for the reminder. It bugs me when I don't get that right. And then it's there for the whole stream, so thank you. Fuck sleep. Yes, go bed. Go bed. Okay. I'll try and keep my energy down so then it's even easier for you to fall asleep. I've been getting very animated. Okay. She loved the husky green scent of the Fraser firs and the crinkle crunch of their shavings underfoot. She loved the flannel-shirted men hefting the trees on top of station wagons and sedans, tying them down with twine pulled straight from their pockets. She loved the makeshift wooden shack with its noisy old cash register. The shack's walls were bedecked with swags and wreaths, and its rooftop dripped with clear buried mistletoe like icicles. And she especially loved the search for the perfect tree. I also love men. You are queer. I just love that it's the misspelling of it. It's so cute. Sleep is for the weak. I always get reminded about a song I listen to when I say just go bed anyway. Okay, anyway, she's looking for the tree. Or we are looking for the tree. Oh, no, wait. We are Marigold, which is possibly she pronouns. Okay. Queer. You could get... Stop it. Wait. We were supposed to be all chill for the relaxing. Not so silly. Okay. I don't swing that way. If you do, that's fine with me. Oh. Okay. Too tall, too short, too fat, too skinny. Oh, gosh, I can't even say it. Too skinny. Just right. Marigold Moon Ling's family had been coming here for years, for as long as she could remember. But this year, Marigold had been coming here alone. Frequently, for an entire month. Because how do you ask a complete stranger for a completely strange favor? Ooh, what are you asking? I swing everywhere. I have no idea where I'm going. Wait, is it spelled queer? Yes. The when you say it as an identity or as that's weird, that's the word queer. But when you're weird and you're queer, it's just a typo. But it's fun. I love it so much. I don't know why. Okay, I need to Okay. Something about a strange favor. She'd been wrestling this question since Black Friday. And she had yet to discover a suitable answer. Now she was out of time. The solstice was tomorrow, so Marigold had to act tonight. Marigold was here, ... for a boy. God, that sounded bad even in her head. But she wasn't here because she liked him. This boy who sold Christmas trees, she was here because she needed something from him. Yeah, that did. Shush. Wait. Yes, he was cute. That had to be acknowledged. There was no... I can never focus. Okay. There was no getting around it. The boy was an attractive male specimen. Why do we have to talk about people this way? Stop it, you weird crazy book. I don't need your nonsense. Okay. He was an attractive male specimen, apparently. He simply wasn't her usual type. He was ... brawny. Brawny in italics. Yes, it said male specimen, for fuck's sake. Okay. She could have dissected. She is asking a weird favor, apparently. Who knows? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Okay. I will. I'm sorry. Okay. He was brawny. Lugging around trees all day gave one a certain amount of defined musculature. To be fair, was he doing this all year round or just in Christmas? But hey, at least he's fit right now, I guess. Okay. Marigold liked guys who were interested in artsier, more indoor activities. She liked nerds, is what we're saying. She liked nerds. Reading the complete works of Kurt Vonnegut. Yeah, okay. Maintaining a respected webcomic. Playing the stand-up bass. Yep. I can't. Oh, hello, Rena Desdemona. Welcome with the raid. Thank you. Welcome in. We're just at the start of this story. Basically, we are reading our main character, Marigold Moonling. She is at a Christmas tree lot, and she's there for a boy. She apparently has a weird favor to ask him. She's not there because she likes him, but it must be acknowledged he is very attractive and musculative. But she's more into nerds, basically, is what we were being told. Anyways, so she was like, yes, she's into artsier, more indoor activity people, reading the complete works of Kurt Vonnegut, maintaining a respected webcomic, playing the stand-up bass, hell, even playing video games. So yeah, nerds. These were activities that tended to lead to bodies that were pudgy or scrawny. So these were the bodies that Marigold tended to like. However, this Christmas tree lot boy possessed something that the other boys all lacked. Something she needed that only he could provide. She needed his voice. The first time she heard it, she was cutting through the parking lot that day that lay between her apartment and the bus stop. Every holiday season, Drummond Family Trees, family owned and operated since 1964. Oh, thank you. Oh yeah, the book we're reading is a collection of holiday stories, but it's a kissy book, and I didn't know. Anyway, oh yes, how was stream? Sorry, I get so enveloped in some of these stories, I forgot. How was stream? How'd that go? Welcome. Thank you for bringing everybody. If you need to leave, feel free to go head out and take care of yourself first. Get food, go eat, whatever. But if you're gonna stick around, thank you very much. Hello, welcome. Okay, I feel better. I was supposed to say that, but I got distracted. Oh my gosh. Okay. Ooh, spooky stories. I'm curious. We do lots of those. But okay, festive story time. I focus. Okay, so the family owned and operated since 1964, Drummond Family Trees, took up residence in the northeastern corner of the lot, which belonged to an Ingles grocery store. It was the most popular tree-buying destination in Asheville. Lots were everywhere in the mountains of North Carolina. This was Christmas tree farm country, after all. So, to distinguish themselves, the Drummonds offered friendliness and tradition and atmosphere, and free organic hot apple cider. Asheville loved anything organic. It was that type of town. So a bunch of hippies. Oh, we understand. No, okay. The boy's voice had stopped Marigold cold. He was unloading slim, straight-jacketed trees from the back of a truck and shouting instructions at another employee. Marigold crouched behind a parked minivan and peered over its hood like a bad spy. She was shocked at his youth. He looked to be about her age, but the voice issuing from him was spectacularly age-inappropriate. What the fuck is this? Okay. Deep, confident, and sardonic. It seemed far too powerful for his body. Its cadence was weary and dismissive, yet somehow a remarkable amount of warmth and humor underlay the whole thing. It was a good voice. A cool voice. Okay, I hydrate right now. Okay, I hydrate. Please don't hurt me. No. Hydrated. And yet, hey, please is good. You got your manners. All right, focusing. A cool voice. And it was the exact missing piece to her current project. Marigold made comedic animated short films. She'd been making them for herself for fun since middle school, so by the time she launched an official YouTube channel last year, her senior year of high school, she had the practice and talent to match the attention of thousands of subscribers. Well, good for you, okay. She was currently trying to catch the attention of one of many animation studios down in Atlanta. She did most of the voices herself, getting additional help from her friends last year or her co-workers at her mother's restaurant this year. But this film, it was important. It would be her mother's winter solstice present and her ride out of town. Marigold was cracking. Oh, she didn't know how much longer she could live there. I'm like, what do you mean you're cracking? What the fuck? She needed this boy's help, and she needed it now. It was an unusually blustery night. Marigold searched between the trees. Free organic hot apple cider clutched between her hands. She was not immune to its lure. And strained her ears over the sounds of laughing children and roaring chainsaws. Under any other context, this combination would be alarming. Here, it was positively Here, it was positively merry. Or it would have been had her stomach not already been churning with horror movie-like dread. Can I help you with anything? There. In the far corner, Marigold couldn't hear the customer's reply, but the boy's follow-up said enough. No problem, just flag any of us down when you're ready. She barreled toward his voice, knowing that the only way this would happen would be to place herself before him with as much speed as possible, so they'd be forced to interact. Cowardly, yes, but it was the truth. She hurried through a row of 7-footers, recently cut and plump with healthy needles. The boy rounded the corner first. She almost smacked into his chest. The boy startled, and then he saw her face, and he startled again. You've been here before. Now it was Marigold's turn to be surprised. That hair, he nodded at the thick, stylish braid that she wore like a headband. The rest of her coal black hair was pinned up too. I'd recognize it anywhere. It was true that it was her signature look. A sexy 20-something with an eyebrow scar had once told her it looked cute. She felt cute in it. She did not feel so cute in this moment. She felt like someone who was about to upchuck. Why is she so nervous? Anyone alive? What do you mean? What? Oh, you're talking to Rena. Oh, okay. All right. She wanted to vomit, right. You know, he said over her silence, most people only have to buy a tree once. I live over there, Marigold pointed at the apartment complex next door, and I catch the bus over there. She pointed at the street beside the grocery store. Ah, then I won't stand in your way, though he didn't move. I'm not going to the bus stop. So you are buying a tree? He looked at her as if she were somehow askew, but at least he didn't seem frustrated. His brown eyes and brown hair were as warm as chestnuts. He was even larger up close, his arms and chest even broader. He was wearing a red plaid flannel shirt with the sleeves rolled up, the uniform of Drummond family trees. Was he a Drummond or a seasonal hire? It wasn't that Marigold didn't want a tree, she did. She really, really did, but her mother was saving for a new house and she was saving for an apartment of her own in Atlanta. Her brain scanned for another way around this situation. She needed time to suss him out and time to show him that she was a totally normal human being before asking him the scary question. Unfortunately, a tree seemed to be her only option. Yes, she said. Well, maybe. Better to qualify that now. I was wondering if you guys had any, Charlie Browns. The moment she asked it, she felt sheepish and ashamed, and then further ashamed for feeling ashamed. But the boy broke into an unexpected grin. He took off, and Marigold hurried after him. He led her to a gathering of pint-sized trees near the register. They came up to her kneecaps. They're so short. It was hard not to sound disappointed. I'm sorry, he said, but did you or did you not ask for the peanuts special? A thrill went through her, hearing his voice again at such a close range. Superior and aloof, but definitely with that paradoxical underpinning of friendly amusement. It probably allowed him to get away with saying all sorts of rude things. Okay then. Where is the dog? What dog? What dog? What? Maybe I sure is. Marigold could play this game. Charlie Brown's tree was pathetic, she said, but it was almost as tall as he was. Yeah, and he was short. Marigold couldn't help but cracking a smile. How about something taller, but with a large, unsightly, unsaleable hole? Do you have anything like that? The boy's eyes twinkled. All of our trees are saleable. Surely you have at least one ugly tree. He spread out his arms. Do you see any ugly trees? No, that's why I'm asking you where they are. The boy grinned, a slow, fox-like grin, and Marigold sensed that he was pleased to be verbally caught. Yeah, okay. Maybe we have something over here. Maybe. Well, all right. He strode back into the trees and led her down the row beside the chain-link fence. They stopped before a tree that was shorter than him but taller than her, exactly in between. This one's been sitting in the lot a few days. It has a sizable hole down here. He picked it up and turned it so its backside now faced forward. And then this other one up here, but you could just put them against the wall like you guys did. She interrupted him with that. He gave her another mischievous smile, and it would still look full to anyone inside your home. A boisterous, chatty family wandered the row beside them, a mother, a father, and a young girl. The girl pointed at the tallest tree on the lot. It towered above everything else, a 20-footer at least. Can we get that one? She asked. Her parents laughed. We'd need a much bigger living room, her mom said. Do people own living rooms that big? Some people, her dad said. When I grow up, I want to have one that big so I can buy the tallest tree here every year. The words pierced through the air to stab Marigold in the heart. Memories of her own childhood here, of that exact same proclamation to her father, flooded her system. Last year had been the first year that her family hadn't purchased a tree. Melancholia blossomed into longing as Marigold realized she wanted one. Desperately. She touched the tall Charlie Brown, letting her fingers fan down its boughs. I do like it. She turned over the paper card attached to the tree and winced. Oh, that's the old price, the boy said. I could knock off $10. It still cost way more than her mother would be happy for her to spend. I'd take it for half price, she said. For a tree this size, you're crazy. You said it's been sitting here unwanted for several days. I said a few days, not several. She stared at him. Fine, I'll knock off 15. Half price. And when he looked exasperated, she added, Listen, that's all I can give you. The boy considered this, considered her. The intensity of his gaze made it a struggle to keep her eyes on his, but she refused to relent. She had the distinct feeling that she was about to get the discount. All right, take care, Rena. Thanks for popping in. Have a good night. Eat well. Okay. Deal, he finally grumbled, but with a sense of enjoyment. The intensity of his gaze? Yeah, he had a little army of queer men behind him. They were very intensely staring her down, judging her. Those shoes? With that hat? No, anyway. Okay, no. Deal, he finally grumbled, but with a sense of enjoyment. Thank you, Marigold said. Yes. Okay, no. Thank you, Marigold said, meaning it as he hefted away her tree. I'll freshen the trunk while you pay. And then he called out, Mom, 50% off this orange tag. So he was a Drummond. His mother, a woman with a cheerful face that regrettably somewhat resembled a russet potato. Oh, oh, did we need to roast her so hard? Okay, she sat inside the wooden shack. She looked up from a paperback romance. What are you reading, Miss Ma'am? And at work. Okay. Eyebrows raised high. Ah, she said, at Marigold's approach. Yeah, she called her a potato. I've been called a potato, but just because I was a potato head, because I had a blanket all wrapped around my head, and the person was like, all I see is just, you're like the potato. And they meant like the Mr. Potato toy, but yeah, they were like, what, like a potato. I'm like, chill, bro. She just gave you a tree for half off, right? Anyway, okay. Marigold. No, wait, we were at... Ah, she said at Marigold's approach. It all makes sense again. Sorry? Marigold said, a chainsaw sputtered to life nearby. The woman winked. It's rare to get a discount out of my son. Oh, so she was like, what? And then she looked at Marigold and she's like, oh, okay, because she's pretty. Okay. It took her a moment. Marigold was distracted by that pressing question she had yet to ask. But as the woman's meaning sunk in, the heat rose in Marigold's cheeks. Our customers usually leave with more tree than anticipated. The woman's voice was pleasant but normal, though rural in a way that her son's was not. Is that supposed to mean what do you mean a voice is rural? Does she have an accent? Is she southern? Because it's North Carolina. Anyway, okay. Oh, I wasn't even going to buy a tree, Marigold said quickly, so this is definitely still more. The woman smiled. Is that so? He's a good salesman. Marigold wasn't sure why she felt compelled to protect the boy's reputation with his mother, maybe because she was about to ask him a favor. She paid for the tree in cash, eager to escape this conversation while dreading the one that still lay ahead. Her stomach squirmed as if it were filled with tentacles. Ew. She glanced at her phone. It was almost 8 o'clock. The chainsaw stopped, and a moment later the boy headed toward her with a tree nestled in his arms. She was going to have to ask him. She was going to have to ask him right, and then interrupted. Which one is your car? He asked. Shit. They realized it at the same time. You don't have a car, he said. No, you walked here. Yes. They stared at each other for a moment. It's okay, Marigold said. How could she have forgotten that she'd have to get the stupid tree home? I can carry it. That's ridiculous. No, it's okay. That's my place right there. Marigold pointed at the only black window in the neighboring apartment complex. All of the others featured prominently displayed trees or menorahs. Every balcony had strings of lights wrapped around their railings or large illuminated candy canes or plug-in signs blinking Merry Christmas. I'm glad we called out the menorahs, thank you. Okay. That's yours, he asked, the dark one on top? Yep. I've been staring at that apartment for weeks. It's a real downer. You should see the inside, Marigold joked, because no one saw the inside of her apartment. I guess I'll have to. What? Marigold was alarmed. Why? You wouldn't even make it halfway. This tree is heavy, unwieldy. You just want to hang out with her. To demonstrate, he shifted the tree in his grip and grunted. The whole tree shook, but Marigold was enthralled by the way he said the word unwieldy. A fantasy flashed through her mind in which he dictated an endless list of juicy-sounding words. Innocuous, sousaphone, crepuscular. Marigold snapped back into the present. She hated feeling helpless, but she did need this boy's help. And now she needed it in 2 ways. She dug her arms between the branches and grabbed the trunk, wrestling it toward herself, hoping he'd wrestle it back. It's okay, she said. I've got it. Let go. Seriously, I'm stronger than I look. He tugged it hard. Go. Marigold let go. She pretended to look put out. Sorry, he said after a moment. He actually did look sorry. But it'll go faster without you dragging it down. Marigold kept her hands surrendered in the air. If you say so. I'm a lot taller than you. The balance, it'd be uneven, he explained. She shrugged as he called out to his mother. I'll be back in 15. His mother's eyes narrowed with suspicion. You're taking your break? I'm helping a customer. You're taking your break? She asked again. He sighed. Yeah, Mom. Marigold trotted behind him as he struggled out of the lot. She felt like an idiot. She also felt a strong surge of guilt. You shouldn't be doing this. You're right, I shouldn't. There was a gust of freezing wind, and Marigold pushed up her knitted scarf with one hand and held her woolen skirt with the other. She was glad she was wearing her thickest tights. Thank you, she said. I really appreciate it. Yeah, but he is also flirting. The walk back, he won't be carrying a tree. Okay, the boy grunted. But it was a nice enough grunt, so she asked, What's your name? What's your name? North. Huh, this was surprising. So your mom's a hippie too. I wouldn't have guessed it. Why? He stopped to look at her, and needles showered to the pavement. What's your name? Marigold. Marigold Moon. North smiled. That's very Asheville. Born and raised. My parents aren't hippies, he said, resuming walking. I'm North as in the North Pole. Unfortunately, my brother is Nicholas, and my sister is Noelle. Wow. God, that's... ... about 100 times worse than your name. I was going to say devoted. Festively devoted. Yeah, they took their business a little too far. You should not do that to your kids. Maybe that's what they go by over the holidays, but they should have other names, my God. I mean, Nicholas works. Noelle, but North. Just because North Pole is a lot. Next, he's going to tell us family name is Holiday. No, it's Drummond. We already know that. Drummond trees. Maybe all of their middle names is something like that. My middle name is Candy Cane. No. That would be silly. Okay, I was going to say devoted. He laughed, snorted. Marigold smiled, pleased to have earned a laugh. So where's the family farm? Sugar Cove. He glanced back at her, and she shrugged. Near Spruce Pine? Ah, okay. She got it. That makes sense. There were tons of tree farms up there, just north of the city. There's a character named Noah. Okay. Ah, I see now. You know how small Spruce Pine is, he asked. It's barely recognized by GPS. Well, it's Shanghai compared to Sugar Cove. Once again, Marigold was startled out of their conversation by his word choice. Her mother's parents were immigrants from Shanghai. He couldn't know that. But was this his way of saying that he guessed she was Chinese? Most non-Asian Americans were terrible guessers. They'd say Japanese, Korean, or Vietnamese before Chinese, as if they were afraid Chinese was a stereotype and they'd get in trouble for suggesting it, as if China weren't the most populous country in the world. But Marigold didn't have time to dwell. He'd finally given her an entrance. You don't talk like you're from the boonies, she said. You mean I don't talk like my mother? She flinched. She'd walked right into that one. I'm sorry. His voice flattened. I used to. It took a concentrated effort to stop. They crossed into her apartment complex, and she pointed out her building. North groaned. Right, he said. Of course it's the one in the back. So why'd you stop? She asked, nudging a return to topic. because city folk keep a calling it the boonies and making assumptions about my intelligence. This was not going well. Oh, I felt that city folk keep a calling it the boonies. Good morning, May. Hello, hello. Cute little kitty. Welcome in. Hello, I hope it's going well. Keep a calling it the boonies. And making assumptions about my intelligence. They actually spell it out. They keep a colon as an A dash colon apostrophe. It, the boonies, and making assumptions about my M-A-H intelligence. Anyway, okay, this was not going well. North thunked down the tree at the bottom of her stairs. He let out a singular, exhausted breath. You, help. He leaned the tree on its side. Take that end. She lunged forward to grab a hold of its top half. With their significant differences in height and strength, it took several uncomfortable steps to get their rhythm down. Of course you live in the back building, he said. Of course you live on the top floor. Of course you're going to make me, Marigold grunted, regret your help forever. Cute. Aww, he's sweet. Oh, Mask, do you want to share what you've told the rest of us? Is it safe to tell May? I feel like I want to continue celebrating what you've told us. Huh? Mask is queer. Queer. I want to keep poking at it. It's so silly. I'm having fun. Okay, I'll stop. It was a typo. It's my favorite typo. Because I like queer. I like gay. It's fun. It's nice. I love. It's fun. And I like it. I like typos. And I support all the queer. So it's a good fun time to me. I don't know. If it was anybody, I'd be poking at it. But because it's one of my mods, I'm never going to stop poking at it. Okay. Of course, you're going to make me regret your help forever. They navigated awkwardly around the small U-shaped landing between the first and second floors. Can't you move a little faster? He asked. Can't you be a little nicer? He laughed. Seriously, you're like a sea cucumber. Why are you calling her that? Which I assume are slow because they're named after a vegetable, which don't move at all. Not quite, but anyway. They reached the second floor, and Marigold almost dropped her end. North kept moving. Sorry, she said, scuttling to keep up. It's hard to get a good grip. It's a tree. Trees have great grip. Their whole body is made for gripping. Yes, he straight up called her a sea cucumber. What the hell? But anyway, okay, and very good point, North. They really are built for all the grab. It's very straightforward. Well, maybe I could get a decent grip if you weren't pulling so hard. Well, maybe I wouldn't have to pull so hard if you could carry your fair share of the weight. That doesn't even make sense. Marigold slammed her elbow against the railing on their next stairway landing. Ow! North shot forward, wrenching the tree completely from her hands. Ah! He yelled like a gladiator as he ran full throttle up the last flight of stairs. He dropped the tree on the third floor, and it skidded forward several feet. What the hell was that? Marigold shouted. North grinned. Went a lot faster, didn't it? I like this chaos. She called his mama potato. He called her a freaking sea cucumber. They were really made for each other. I think so. And here they are, playfully arguing. I like it. I like this angle of it where they're fighting. We haven't seen a lot of, and then they fought. But it was all fine because it was just over a tree. It's cool. Okay. Went a lot faster, didn't it? You nearly took off my fingers. Looks like I didn't need your help after all, because you weren't any help, that is. You weren't any help. I didn't even want a tree. Marigold glared at him. Forget it. Enough. The voice work is out. You talked me into this. This is your fault. The next time, pick someplace else to loiter. She heaved the tree into a standing position and shuffled it toward her door. I wasn't loitering. What's going on out there? A sandpapery voice called from below. Marigold cringed. Sorry, Ms. Agrippa. I knew it was you. I knew you were up to something. North raised one eyebrow. Marigold leaned the tree against the wall beside her door, shaking her head. I'm just bringing home a Christmas tree, Ms. Agrippa. Sorry for shouting. They got fun banter and I love it. Yeah! I do not like that their chemistry is more, he's hot and strong and has a hot voice, and she's pretty, so he likes her. Yeah. Yeah, it is a better angle of like, I didn't even see him. I heard him. Is kind of, I like it. And then also the like, I'm just trying to get him to do a thing for this project I do. I have my whole thing, and not just, and she is pretty. Oof. It's good. Yes, have good work. Stay safe. Yeah, that's a good one. Have a great day. Happy time zone. Since we don't say good eep for you that is not going to sleep. But all right, lurk and then disappear. Bye bye, May. Thank you for stopping in. Okay, you're not putting it on your balcony, are you? I don't want it dropping down pine needles onto mine. I don't want to have to clean up your filthy mess. I guess that was Miss Agrippa. Both of North's eyebrows rose. Marigold dug through her purse for her key. It's going inside, Miss Agrippa, like all normal Christmas trees. She added under her breath. The door below slammed shut. She's a peach, North said. Marigold was done with the whole irritating escapade. Finished. The end. Well, thank you. I appreciate you carrying this home for me, but I've got it from here. She opened her door and turned on the light. Good night. But North wasn't looking at her. He stared past her with widened eyes. And how exactly do you plan on carrying a tree into that? Oh, where are we going with this? The story broke and picks up, but it's literally the same moment. So I don't know why they're doing that. I guess it's another way of we're doing chapters in it again. Here we go. Furniture and bags and boxes were stacked to the ceiling. Literally to the ceiling. Even with the overhead fixtures turned on, the apartment was still dark. The towering, shadowy objects blocked most of the light. There was only one pathway through it, straight ahead, barely wider than a person. You're a hoarder. North's voice was amazed and incredulous. I'm not a hoarder, and neither is my mom. Then what's with all the hoarding, hoarder? Marigold's chest tightened like a Victorian corset. It's a temporary situation. We're between houses. Why isn't this stuff in storage? Because storage costs money and we're saving it for the new house. North didn't have a comeback for that one, an abashed expression crossed his face. But it disappeared quickly, purposefully. Maybe he understood. So, where am I supposed to put the tree? I told you I've got it from here. Clearly you don't. It can't even fit through there. He gestured at the narrow pathway. And where's your endgame? Where do you plan on putting it? Marigold was overwhelmed by a familiar sense of fear and humiliation. How could she have let him up here? How could she have spent money on something that they'd have to throw out next week? Something that couldn't even fit into their apartment? Her mother would be furious. Marigold's heart raced. I don't know. I was going to put it in front of the sliding glass door like all the others in the building. North craned his neck across the threshold. The balcony door? The one straight ahead. The one behind that china cabinet. Yeah, maybe. You're insane. Why would you buy a Christmas tree? Because you're extremely persuasive. North whipped around to stare at her. For a moment, his expression was unreadable, and then he smiled. It was warm, unexpectedly warm, and it made Marigold feel the teensiest bit calmer. So what are you going to do? He asked. I guess shift some of this around? Her expression was as doubtful as her question. After all, she and her mother hadn't touched anything since they'd moved in. North took a tentative step inside the apartment. As he scratched the back of his head, Marigold's chest sunk. She shouldn't be embarrassed. They had a reason for this, damn it. It was all temporary, damn it. but she was. "This is madness," he said. "There's no way it's safe. We've been here for a year and nothing has fallen on us yet." "You've lived in this pit of death for a year? That's a pretty long temporary." He slunk into its depths. The pathway led to the most basic and primal living areas: kitchen, bathroom, bedrooms. "I'm sorry, I can't let you bring my tree in here," he called out from around the corner. "It would die before Christmas, and that's only 5 days away." "Doesn't matter. My tree only has to live until tomorrow." "What's tomorrow? The day the demolition crew arrives?" "It's Yule, the winter solstice." North's head popped out from behind a wobbly stack of dining room chairs. "Are you a witch?" Marigold burst into a surprised laugh. A Wiccan witch?" he asked. "No." "Pagan? Some kind of neo-pagan?" Marigold shook her head. "A druid? I don't know. Who celebrates the solstice?" "Anyone can celebrate it." She followed him farther inside. "It's an astronomical phenomenon. Science. The winter solstice is the shortest day of the year." Is she gonna wild shape into a bear? Okay. "So you and your mother are scientists?" Marigold grinned. "No, my mom's definitely a pagan." "And here I am asking again, why exactly did you buy a Christmas tree?" Actually, interrupting story because I see that she doesn't say this. Oh no, she does say it later. Oh no, wait. Yeah. It started with Yule. The Christmas tree started with Yule. Anyway. "Because I like them. My dad..." Marigold stopped herself before continuing uneasily. "He celebrated Christmas. My mom didn't, but she agreed to make them a part of our tradition because they're nice and naturey. And besides, the Christians probably wouldn't even have them if it weren't for the pagans who celebrated Yule. Evergreens were their thing first." She expected him to call her out on being so defensive. Marigold was always getting defensive, but the lines in his forehead softened. "And where's your dad now?" he asked. "Dead." He was expecting her to say dead. "In Charlotte," she said. "Oh." North looked relieved, but only momentarily. "Divorce?" "They were never married." "Siblings?" "I'm an only child." "And where's your mom?" Marigold had thought she'd made this clear. "She lives here, of course." "I meant, where is she now?" She felt embarrassed again, which was followed quickly by frustration. "Work. She works a night shift." But as soon as the words left her mouth, Marigold was horrified. She'd just told a stranger that they were alone. How could she be so stupid? But North only seemed irritated. "So there's no one here to help us. Fantastic." "Excuse me?" He slid out a turquoise Moroccan end table from the top of a furniture tower as carefully as if he were playing a game of Jenga. "You'll have to back up now." Marigold's frustration was growing at a colossal rate. "Sorry?" "This can all be reorganized, but I'll need a lot more space to work. Everything's in these front rooms." North gestured his head from side to side. "Needs to be moved out there." He jerked his head toward the outside hall. "You're in my way." And then he pushed forward, backing her out of her own apartment with her own Moroccan end table. Marigold was gobsmacked. "What are you doing?" "Helping you." He set down the table beside her Christmas tree. "Obviously." "Don't you have to get back to work?" "I do, which is why you're going to keep doing this while I'm gone. One item at a time, okay?" He nodded, answering his own question. "Okay, I'll be back when my shift is over." Okay, then the story breaks and it picks back up. "What happened while you were gone?" When exactly did you leave? Early in the story, I assume. There's a lot of banter between these two. She decided against asking him to help with a voiceover because the bantering, and she was like, "I'm not dealing with him." But then he got into the apartment, is like, "Whoa, there's a lot of stuff in here. There's no room for a tree." And so now He's saying that he's going to be back at the end of his shift so that he can help move things around and make sure that the tree goes up at the right place. She said she's pagan. Dad lives in Charlotte. They were never married, her mom and dad, but it's just her and her mom now at this apartment. They expect to move to a new house, but they're saving up for it still. Da, 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 da. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Yes, yes, yes. And okay. I just did. But thank you very much. Okay, wait. Hit the button. Bam. So we pick up at Marigold didn't understand how he talked her into this. For the last 2 hours, she'd been carrying dusty chairs and dirty cardboard boxes and trash bags filled with linens and laundry baskets filled with tchotchkes into the outside hallway. Ms. Agrippa, a neighbor that was yelling earlier about being a no... Oh my gosh, we dipped. Wall, I'm so sorry, you came back and we immediately dipped. Frickin' internets. Okay, we're back, I think. You shit, cooperate, you frickin' internet. I have to yell at it or else it won't work. Okay. Miss Agrippa is the neighbor downstairs that was yelling lots. I'll go again. Start from the start of this section of the story, the paragraph. Marigold didn't understand how he'd talked her into this. My throat must be screaming at me? What do you mean my throat must be screaming at me? What? I need to focus on story. Marigold didn't understand how he'd talked her into this. For the last 2 hours, she'd been carrying dusty chairs and dirty cardboard boxes and trash bags filled with linens and laundry baskets filled with tchotchkes into the outside hallway. Ms. Agrippa had yelled at her 3 times. What would her mother say when she came home in the earliest hours of the morning and found that their entire apartment had been rearranged and that Marigold had let a stranger help her do it? That it was his suggestion, though this wasn't true, not entirely. Were you big as shit? Marigold did sort of know why she'd let him talk her into this, and it wasn't just because she thought for sure that now she could ask for his help with the voice work. North's company had been the most entertaining she'd had in ages, since her friends had left for college last autumn. While North, she didn't know what would happen next. With North, she didn't know what would happen next. And for the last several months, Marigold had known exactly what would happen next. A broken, depressed mother and an endless schedule of work alleviated only by the silent company of her computer and the world and people contained within it. North was real. North was flesh. Ooh, flesh. Oh. Well, I've gotten lots of practice at this point. This is stream number 171. Plus, I just talk a lot normally. It's going pretty good, but I do make sure to keep hydrated. Okay. North was real. North was flesh. And we have commented earlier, beefy flesh. So, okay. And now her own flesh was covered with a thin glaze of sweat. Great. It was just after 10 o'clock, and she was paper toweling her armpits when she heard his heavy footsteps coming up the stairs. She hastily threw away the paper towel and greeted him at the door. I love the realness of that. Okay. Happy solstice. North handed her a tree stand. We do have one of these somewhere, she added. I believe you. I think you have one of everything in here, but I'm not betting on our chances of finding it. Marigold wasn't sure if she was amused or annoyed. North barged past her and into the apartment. Thank you, North, she said. Annoyed, her jaw clenched. Thank you, North. You're welcome, Marigold. He glanced around the room appreciatively. Wow, you got more cleared out than I thought you would. Oh, that was good sass. Yeah, I do like it sass. Alicia, I've not been here for a while. Oh, no worries. Like I told you earlier, I'm stronger than I look. It's brighter in here, too. Well, yeah, all this stuff left. It was blocking the light. Now it's moved. You can see more. Okay. Marigold couldn't refute that, but everything still had to come back inside. She wished she could throw it all away instead. You seriously think we can fit all of that back in here and with enough room for the tree? You sound doubtful. Why do you sound doubtful? I have yet to do a single dubious thing in your presence. Dubious. That was another good word. Not only did she like how he spoke, but she liked what he spoke. You've done a few dubious things, she said. Name one. Helping out me, someone who you don't even know, in such an extreme manner, that's textbook dubious. I'd like to argue that, he grinned, but I can't. Why are you helping me? His eyes returned to her apartment, scanning its square footage, measuring its nooks and crannies. Because I have superior organizational skills. I sense how things can fit together. I'm like a human Tetris. It's my superpower. It's my duty to help you. I'm pretty good at that, too. Sometimes I wonder how people even survive the Ice Age. What the heckin' question is... Curiosity, very fair, but, like, for the most part, it's, genetics was slightly different, and wearing fur. Question mark? Okay. Like big, thick mammoth pelts, stuffs like that. Okay. It's my duty to help you. Marigold crossed her arms. Your superpower. Everyone has at least one. Unfortunately, most people have dumb ones, like always being the first to spot a 4-leaf clover, or always being able to guess a person's weight to the exact pound. Marigold wondered if that were true. It was nice to think that she might have a superpower, even a dumb one, hidden inside of her. What might it be? Okay, North pushed her back into the real world. While I moved the rest of this furniture, she hadn't been able to move the bigger items. You'll need to vacuum and dust. It's like 8 cats live here. Do you have 8 cats? I have 18. Ah, but do you have a vacuum cleaner? Marigold lifted her chin. Oh, yes, of course. Though, admittedly, they hadn't been able to use it here. Will Miss Agrippa be angry to hear you vacuuming at this hour? Very. North's eyes glinted. Perfect. Yeah, fuck her. Okay. Story breaks and picks back up. Marigold vacuumed, fended off her neighbor, and dusted the newly emptied areas of her apartment while North hauled around furniture. She hadn't wanted to admit that they didn't have dust rags. Well, they did, but God only knew where they were packed, so she used washcloths from one of the trash bags. They were the decorative washcloths that they used to save for company. The apartment had 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a kitchen, a dining room, and a living room. When the front rooms were clear, North explained their next move. They were standing in the center of the small dining room. Marigold had never stood in this particular patch of carpeting before. We're going to turn this room, since it's divided from the others, into your storage space. We should be able to fit almost everything in here, including the stuff from your bedrooms, and we'll stack the rest alongside that wall. He pointed toward the longest wall in the living room. Marigold frowned. It's all about how it's packed and stacked, he said. What I saw when I arrived was a complete mismanagement of space. Honestly, I'm loving his, this is it. I can do this job, but you are helping me, and I'm walking you through it, and we're doing it. He's on a mission, and I like it. Okay. Marigold frowned. It's all about how it's packed and stacked. It was mismanagement of space. She understood his logic, but after how she'd been living for the last year, she still couldn't imagine anything different. Or, she had to acknowledge, maybe she wasn't allowing herself to imagine it. Maybe that would only lead to disappointment. The movers did that, she said. They're the ones who put everything up here. But you left it. Marigold was too ashamed to answer his unasked question. Why? She wasn't even sure she understood the full answer. Thankfully, North was already walking through the apartment again. We'll need the biggest, flattest pieces first, he said, like the china cabinet. Exactly. They carried it together, stiffly and clunkily, but the instant it was in its new place, Marigold felt
lighter. The sliding glass door was free and clear. She could see outside. The tree lot, the grocery store, the December sky, the crescent moon. She could step onto her balcony if she wanted, if it weren't too cold and windy. And now there was a place for the tree. What's next? It was hard to downplay her excitement. The bookcases? North shook his head. That's an empty china cabinet. Wasted real estate. Oh. Marigold hesitated. The cabinet usually held a mixture of hand-thrown pottery crafted by her mother's friends in their heirloom china that her grandparents had actually brought here from China. But she had no idea where these items were currently located. I'm not sure where we packed the nice dishes, she admitted. We don't need the nice dishes. We just need to fill it. North pointed out the correctly sized boxes and bags, and they used them to pack the interior. They moved on quickly, removing the large farmhouse table from his mother's bedroom, resting it on its side across from the china cabinet. Into this arrangement, they inserted the bookcases, stacking their shelves with still-packed boxes of books and 2 overstuffed living room chairs. A porch swing, 2 rocking chairs, 4 patio chairs, a lawnmower, and half of the regular dining room chairs were further tucked in with expert precision. The way North stacked everything, some things upside down, some things on their sides, was Tetris-like. Blocky, stable. Every piece of furniture was padded with linens and towels, and every remaining crevice was jammed with knickknacks and small appliances. Everything was dusted before it was slid into place. North only vetoed a handful of items, a lamp, a table, a rug, and a few others. Those were set aside. The air was cleaner, emptier, as more space was created. Marigold became more aware of her breath. She became aware that she could breathe. Her lungs felt hungry. What about the couch? She asked. It's still in my bedroom. North mopped his forehead with his shirt sleeve.
Hello, Vi. Here I was trying to focus on being relaxing, whatever, but the second my friend's here, I'm like, screw that. We're going to be chaos. Hi! Hi! Look. I've got decorations on my antlers. No, we're not ending too soon. I was in the middle of a story. I just put I put my bookmark in. We've got lots of story left. Are you kidding? I'm so excited. Hi. You wanted to come here, so hi. Yay! I'm glad you did. Welcome. Hello. Oh, it hurt. Thank you for the resub. Oh my goodness. And thank you for the follow. Spiky Firestorm. Okay, so we have 2 different traditions I have to honor right now. First off, because it was a first in order, money frogs for Turt. Bam. And then also, very important, we need to drop some dances. Unfortunately, I've run out of your marvelous rat dances. I no longer have your sub. Here's the Doro dance from Cage for our dances for our new friend Spiky Firestorm. Welcome. 11 months? It's nearly a year. I've been here a year. Oh my gosh. Okay. Hello. Yeah, that's a fun one, Ray's. Little Doro dance. Yours is fun. Not quite, but nearly 11 months, because Turt was right in near the start. Nearly a freaking year. I better change. I gotta double check on all my little. I have little badges for the different people. And yeah. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. I don't know how to pronounce, but I will do my best. Cernobog. Is it Cernobog? And Lake a cow. No, you're not Lake. You're a cowstick. 1,200 followers. My God. Drop a bajillion dances. I insist upon it. We need all of the dances ever. Every dance you has. Every one of them. I require it because we reached our goal. I need another dance. Oh, I'll use that one. The dumpy. Another gifted to use. And their sub goal? What? Follow goal met. Yeah. Thank you. I was subbed on your affiliate test stream. I think it was the first or second sub. It was very early. Thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you very much. I have the rats again. So let's use some rats. Give my rats. There's my rats. Yay! Hi, Fruits Apple. Hello. It's good to see. Oh my goodness. This is oh Fruitless Apple, your buddy got interrupted. There was too many dances. As soon as I look away, we get raided. Yeah, they killed poor Panel. I know. Unfortunately, I can't tell them to stop. They will never stop. They will be absurd. But hi, everybody. Oh my goodness, it's so good to see you. Bye, and everyone. Welcome, and thank you for the new follows. Thank you for getting to that. Thank you for that gift sub. Oh my goodness. Slow mode really got you fucked up, don't it? Oh, I should turn off slow mode if I want to give that to you. But it was because the other people jumped in, really. Oh, look at those rats. Oh, okay. Hi, Vi. How was your stream? How'd it go? We'll take a little bit and then just take a break to just chat or say hi. Hi. I do like the little dancing Christmas vibe a lot. That was fun to see, and I'm glad we're using it. That reminds me that I need to tidy up emotes. I made space, and we need to add in. She spin. She do spin. She spin it, and it looked like she screamed. Mouth wide open. Ah! I still have slow mode. Yeah, slow mode is still on. I was just saying that I should get rid of it, but I didn't. Oop. Well, I hope stream was good, and if you have to disappear and grab food, and you're not here for a little bit, it's all good. I know, Pet made her. I think we talked about that one. I'm pretty sure we did. If not, I just knew it intuitively. Or Raven, just knowing things. If you were spinning like that, you'd be screaming too. You're not wrong. I probably would. She spin forever. She would scream. Okay, it goes I will be snoozing soon. It is exam week, and I'm once again cramming all the studying in at once. Well, of course. Well, duh. So yes, don't worry. You will go eat. For if you hear it, or more so for everybody else, I am going to quickly quickly summarize, and then we're going to keep on with story. Okay? Here we go. Professor, you got a collection? Making your own spin emote? Yeah, made items. Whoa. Okay. Here we go. Here it is. We have Marigold, who has a YouTube channel. She makes comedy shorts. And she heard this voice one day and was like, oh my god, it's the voice, it's beautiful, it's perfect. And okay, there's the boy. I mean, I don't like him, but he is very conventionally attractive, muscular, lumberjacky man. Oh my goodness. She admitted, I'm usually into nerds, in not so many words. In fact, she used many other words, but she's into nerds. And then she's like, but I gotta ask him to voice for my videos. Okay, and so she goes to where he is working at the Christmas tree lot, and she's like, how do I do this? Okay, I'm gonna bump into him intentionally and be like, oh, and then I gotta talk to him. Okay, that's step one. Okay, I'll do that. And then she does, and then he's like, ooh, do you want to buy a tree? And she's like, And anyway, he sells her a tree. He makes sure it's real cheap because she is needing money. They are saving money for a new house. He helps her take the tree home. He gets there and he's like, how in the fuck are we fitting a tree here? And we learn there's a complication to needing a new house. They're in an apartment, her and her mom, and they've got stuff for their house, but they just have the apartment, and it's all stuffed. And he's like, you're a hoarder. And she's like, I'm not. But it sure looked like that. Anyways, then he's like, look, I gotta go back to work, but at the end of my shift, I'm coming back, and we are moving shit around, and we are making room for your tree, and we're doing it. And so then that happens. She moves a bunch of stuff, and then she brings it back. And there you go. So he's back, and they're moving stuff, and they actually do it really well. They make a lot of room, and she's feeling light, and it's actually really cool. She's loving it. And
when they were moving stuff, they were bantering. They're doing lots of little banters here and there. They're very sassy. It's fun. It's cute. We like it. And here we are. His name is North Drummond, by the way, because they live in a hippie town, but that he wasn't named that. It's because their family is committed to this Christmas tree company. His brother's named Nicholas, like Saint Nick. He's named North, like North Pole, and his sister's Noel. Freaking heck. And she is named Marigold Moon. Her family's originally from Shanghai, and she's like, hippie parents, right? And he's like, well, mine's exceed. And she's like, yeah. Anyway, okay. So here they are. They're working. It's cleaning up. The air was cleaner, emptier. That's where we were. Here's where we're picking up. One of my mods, hit that emote only, please. Because LaHonk has redeemed it, and we'll do it to the end of the... No, to 5.3. I thought you put 538. I was like, that's too many minutes. But 5.38901 minutes. Someone do the math. Okay, here we go. The air was cleaner, emptier. As more space was created, Marigold became more aware of her breath, became more aware that she could breathe. Her lungs felt hungry. What about the couch? She asked. It's still in my bedroom. North mopped his forehead with his shirt sleeve. He was sweating. It's going in the living room, so you can use it. The thought, that incredibly simple thought, felt peculiar. And he had held on to, it said like there was a rug, a lamp, and a couple things that he was like, no, that's not going in the room. So I think that those are also going to decorate the room for them to use. And Marigold had said before, like, she was worried about what her mom's going to think when everything's moved. But I think my thought then was, and now that I'm seeing how well he's doing this, was like, no, she's going to be relieved. She's going to be like, I didn't even have to do any of the work, and it looks so beautiful. It feels like a home. Oh, it's so sweet. Anyway, okay. You guys need something to sit on beside your beds. Somewhere to relax when you come home from work. He unbuttoned his red plaid flannel shirt. It's called a mackinaw. Anyway. Yeah, look away, Vi. Okay. Something to sit on while you admire my tree. Holy Mother of Earth. Marigold was thankful she was already flushed from exertion. She tried to remain focused, but the sight of North undressing was momentarily distracting. Whew. Oh, did I tell you this is a kissy book? Okay. You keep calling it your tree. He grinned. I grew it, didn't I? I bought it, didn't I? And I'm very glad you did. North tossed aside the flannel shirt. He was now wearing a black t-shirt with an NPR logo on it. He is a nerd. It's a buff nerd. Oh, no. Okay. Marigold was now doubly tongue-tied. She knew on some level that North must be like her. Guys just didn't do things like this if they didn't like you. But this was the first out-loud acknowledgement that maybe he was here for something more than utilizing his superhuman organizational skills. It was thrilling. Okay. And then there was the t-shirt. National Public Radio seemed like something a boy who liked indoor activities would be interested in. That's the way she said she liked nerds, that she liked indoor activity boys. Maybe they had more in common than she thought they did, more than a mutual appreciation for verbal sparring. But the fact that Marigold hadn't immediately given him a smart-ass retort took North's own smart-assery down a notch. He looked unsure of himself, like maybe he'd misread the situation. Maybe she wasn't interested in him. Oh, Marigold was interested. Marigold was definitely interested. She gave him a cocky smile. NPR, huh? Her expression made him straighten his shoulders. And Marigold couldn't help but notice, really notice, the shape of his upper body. The fact that it had a shape. But as her question sunk in, he grew embarrassed. He turned around to shove a shoebox filled with nuts and bolts into one of the last remaining crevices of the storage. Get your minds out of the gutter. No, sorry. I got it during their last pledge drive, he said, meaning the t-shirt. Marigold said. I like keeping up with the news. I like learning things. My mom listens to NPR. His back was still turned. So I should have asked this earlier, but are there any boxes of Christmas? He shook his head. Yule decorations that we should be looking for? Because her and her mom are pagan. He was changing the subject instead of playing along. Interesting. Until now, he hadn't seemed like someone who could resist a comeback. Because he's embarrassed. You said that it's for moms. And he's like, I just am pure. Okay. Or are solstice trees bare? He continued dryly. The way nature made them. There was the North she knew. But she didn't know him, did she? Marigold was suddenly struck with how badly she wanted to know him. She moved toward him. We decorate ours. North turned around, not realizing how close she was standing behind him. He didn't step backwards, and his confidence didn't waver. So you're saying there's a box? His voice was so deep that it rattled through her. Yeah, there are two. North smiled. Care to describe these boxes? One is for an old Fisher-Price castle. The other's for Fisher-Price Tudor house. I don't think I've seen those yet. His voice had gotten even deeper somehow. Even, okay, she could admit it, sexier. Deep and sexy. About Fisher-Price boxes. Huh. She turned away from him, smiling to herself. Can I get you something to drink? Water, coffee, tea? He seemed amused by her amusement, even if he didn't understand it. Yeah, coffee, thanks. The kitchen was a wreck, but unlike how the rest of the apartment had been, it contained more room to maneuver around in. As Marigold brewed the coffee, North grabbed a round patio table and 2 dining room chairs, and he made a cozy new dining area in one corner of the living room. Marigold usually ate standing up or at her desk. She couldn't remember the last time she and her mother had eaten together. North appeared behind her, pointing at her coffee-making device. What's that? A French press? Fancy. She shrugged. My mom doesn't believe in electric coffee makers. At least she believes in coffee. Marigold laughed as she removed 2 mugs, handmade. Her mother also believed in supporting local artists. Hell yeah, but they are hippies. Anyway, from the cabinet. How do you take yours? Black, he said. Figures, a hardy lumberjack like yourself. North snorted. Marigold grinned. I take mine black too. He leaned over the island in the kitchen, leaned his tall body towards hers. And here I had you figured for an herbal tea kind of girl. Right, Marigold rolled her eyes. She handed him his coffee. Because of the restaurant. Because of the solstice, and your name, and this pottery. He held up the mug. What's the restaurant? She'd forgotten that she hadn't told him. It seemed like that he should already know. Marigold sat down at the patio table, and North sat across from her. My mom owns a late-night vegan comfort food restaurant downtown, she said in one breath. Yes, I know, it's very Asheville, aka hippie. Henrietta's? Is your mom Henrietta? Marigold's eyebrows shot up in surprise. North shrugged. There aren't many late-night restaurants, and there aren't any in Sugar Cove, so I've wound up there after a ton of movies and shows. Everyone knows your mom, he added, or at least her reputation. Helping out the homeless and all, it's pretty cool. Marigold had expected him to tease her. Instead, she felt a lump in her throat. It had been a while since she'd heard anyone speak well of Henrietta. Her mother's employees were as sick of the sadness and anger as Marigold was, but her mother had built her reputation on feeding everyone well, regardless of how much money they had in their pockets. Included on her menu was a simple beans and rice dish that customers paid for on a sliding scale. Those who paid more than the dish was worth, their money went toward those who had little or none. People were surprisingly good at paying it forward. Thank you, Marigold could barely speak the words. Are you a vegan? Not even a vegetarian, but, she admitted, I eat mainly vegan by default. I'm not allowed to have meat in the house, so I used to eat it in the school cafeteria. School lunch meat, that's desperation. Marigold smiled. You have no idea. So you aren't a student anymore? Not since I graduated high school. You? Same, North said. How old are you? You don't ask at that age unless you're looking to date. 19. You? Same. They smiled at each other shyly, pleased. The moment grew bigger and bigger until it was too big. North shifted in his seat. I was vegetarian for a few months. I had to go back to eating meat because I needed that level of protein and energy for the farm work, but the moment I'm out of here, I'm going to try it again. He's such a nerd. You aren't interested in the family business? No way. You? Marigold shook her head. The restaurant gene did not pass on to me. My grandparents also own a restaurant, she explained, down in Atlanta. That's cool. My grandparents started our tree farm. Family owned and operated since 1964, she said, quoting their sign. Something flashed inside North's eyes, as if he were feeling the same thing she'd felt when he'd spoken highly of her mother. Pride, maybe relief. That's right, he said. So why don't you want to be a farmer, North Drummond? Just not in me, he sipped his coffee. Like you in restauranting, I suppose. But there was something in his tone that he couldn't quite hide, something that was more distressed than indifferent. So, she asked again, why don't you want to be a farmer, North Drummond? He smiled grimly. It's true that I'm not interested in it, but Nick, my older brother who was supposed to inherit the farm, turned out that he didn't want it either. About 2 years ago, he left in the middle of the night, packed up everything he owned, and moved to Virginia to live with his girlfriend. Now they breed designer dogs, puggles, and labradoodles. Marigold was struck by the excessive bitterness in his pronunciation of these words. But wasn't he getting out like you want to do? My dad had just been diagnosed with Parkinson's. Shit. Oh, shit. I'm sorry. North stared at his coffee mug. It's getting harder for him to work, and my parents have been relying on me more and more. They want me to take over the farm, but my sister is the only one who actually wants it. My parents are good people, but... They're kind of old-fashioned. There was a big fight last summer. Now Noelle's gone, too. So it sounds like they didn't want to give it to the girl, which... screw you. But anyway... Marigold wished she could reach through the table to hug him. She understood everything. The love, the shame, the needing to stay until things were okay again. I've been trying to convince her to come back and trying to convince my parents to give her the farm so that I can leave. Why can't you just leave anyway, like your brother and sister did? The farm barely turns a profit as it is. My parents would go broke without me. Marigold swallowed. She'd made the same decision. She had also put her future on hold. I'm staying home to help out too. North looked up. His hardness, his edge dissolved. Does this have something to do with your father? It has everything to do with my father. And the reason why you've been living like this? Now Marigold was the one staring at her coffee. You know those stories about women who didn't know that their husbands had secret second families? Yeah, Marigold shrugged. There was a beat. Are you serious? You can't be serious. In Charlotte, a wife and 2 daughters. North looked appropriately shocked. They weren't happy to hear about our existence either, Marigold said. And now he's living there with them, making amends to them. Maybe starting a 3rd and 4th secret family, I don't know. We found out just before Christmas last year. North shook his head. I didn't know things like that happened in real life. Marigold hadn't known either. So why didn't you get to keep your house, he asked. Because my mom and we were the second family. North's eyes widened with understanding. He married the other woman before he ever met my mom. We were his exotic, wild child, hippie side project. Marigold spat this like poison. So now his wife, his legal wife, is taking all the money in lawsuits. Sorry. I'm like, in-law suits? What? In lawsuits. He had to sell our house, and we had to move. I'm glad it's finally kicking away. Okay, hopefully you can sleep very shortly, Wall. Okay. I'm sorry. I don't even know what to say, I guess North says. She pushed away her mug. We're going to find a new house this spring. And you'll stay here in Asheville helping your mom? Marigold had almost forgotten why she'd approached North in the first place. Almost. She decided that even if he couldn't do it, or more likely, even if she never asked him to do it, having another person to talk to was enough. Tonight was enough. It's hard, you know, she said. I love this town. I love its Art Deco architecture and its never-ending music festivals. It's overly friendly locals, but there's no future for me here. No career. When my mom settled, I'm moving to Atlanta. North frowned. To work with your grandparents? No, but her smile returned, because she'd remembered. Animation. She scooted forward with a new eagerness and told him about the studios that were only 3.5 hours away, how the market in Atlanta had been growing for years, how the major television networks were all creating shows down there. She told him about her YouTube channel, her success, her aspirations. Marigold told him everything except the crucial role that she'd wanted him to play in this. North leaned in. Do you want to go to college for that? For animation? I want to work. I'm ready to work, Marigold paused. Do you want to go to college? Yeah, I do. But he trailed off, embarrassed. Marigold leaned in, mirroring him. His words came out in a rush. Of course. Came out a rush as he gestured to his t-shirt. I know it's a dying art and all that, but I want to study broadcasting. I want to work in radio. Oh, there goes that. An alarm sounded full blast inside Marigold's head. Someone once told me I had a good voice for radio, he continued. I've never been able to get it out of my head, and I love radio. And podcasts. I listen to This American Life and WTF and Radio Lab all day long, obsessively while I work. Yeah, we got it. Your NPR shirt. You do have a good voice. You have an amazing voice. North looked taken aback by her level of enthusiasm, but it was too late to stop. I have a confession, she said. And the rest of her story poured out, the one that revealed that this whole night had been about the sound of his voice. North was frozen. And I've clearly freaked you out, and I'm totally mortified, and now I'm going to stop talking, she said. And now I'm going to die. There was a long and painful silence, and then North's features slid back into their usual state of composure. First of all, he said, as smoothly and sardonically as anything he'd said yet, I'm flattered that you came looking for me and not a tree. This shows excellent taste on your behalf. The corners of Marigold's mouth twitched. I came looking for your voice. Second of all, I can't believe it took you an entire month, not to mention me physically entering your apartment, for you to ask me that question, which, by the way, you still haven't formed into an actual query, so I couldn't possibly give you a reply until you do. Marigold sat back and crossed her arms. North grinned. Obviously, I don't have anything else to do tonight, so I can sit here as long as it takes. North, she said through gritted teeth, would you please consider lending me your voice for my new video? That depends. He placed his hands behind his head. How much does it pay? Marigold's heart staggered. She couldn't believe it, but she'd never even thought about paying him. Her friends and co-workers had always done it for free, but of course she should pay him, of course. Marigold, he said after she'd been silent for 20 seconds, I'm kidding. What? I'm kidding. Of course I'll do it. It sounds awesome. I could pay you in food, she said quickly, from Henrietta's. North stared at her. You know what's the strangest thing about tonight? Tonight being an astoundingly strange night? What's that? That you still don't realize I'm willing to do anything. Anything? He gestured in a full circle around them. To stay in your company. You don't need to pay me. getting the occasional buffer, but they're pretty short. Okay, thank you for the update, Cage. Have we missed any content? Have we missed anything? Do you still get the point? What did we miss in the story? Could you still hear it? Or was it just visual? This is a very important question. Tell me if I need to back up. Okay. Alright, if you say so. Okay. Alright. So he gestured in a first look around them and he said, "To stay in your company. You don't need to pay me." Marigold's heart was in her throat. It had been over a year since she'd been in a situation like this with a boy. A handsome boy. Suddenly, she couldn't think straight. And now we're at the kissy book part. Ooh, ooh, ooh. We still have like 5 pages. Oh my goodness. We got lots of time. Okay. North nudged one of her boots with one of his. Her boot, her foot, tingled. A pounding on the door startled her out of her trance. "Keep it down in there. Some of us are trying to sleep." "Jesus," North said. "She doesn't stop." That's the neighbor, Mrs. What the frick is her name? Ms. Agrippa. That's her name. Which I should have remembered. Anyway, never mind. Okay. Jesus, she doesn't stop. Never. Marigold got up and trudged to the door. "I mean, this is the quietest we've been since I arrived. She does this even when my mom and I are asleep. She'll wake us up." Marigold opened the door and plastered on a fake smile. "Miss Agrippa, how can I help you?" "It's midnight. I can't sleep with this racket." Miss Agrippa cut herself off. "Oh, my lord, you've been robbed." "No." Marigold took a step forward. Miss Agrippa bolted back, one shaking hand on her chest, the other pointing at North. "That man, there's a strange man in your apartment." Miss Agrippa, fuck off. But now we gotta worry about this lady's health, probably. Shaky hand on her chest. "That's my friend." Marigold steadied her voice. "He works at the tree lot next door. You saw him up here earlier. He'd been helping me clean. Doesn't it look nice?" "Do you need me to phone the police?" Miss Agrippa hissed. "Are you in danger?" Good questions, but no. "Really and truly, everything's fine. That's North. He's my friend." North waved. Miss Agrippa's expression changed. "Does your mother know he's here?" "Oh, now we're worried about this. Listen, lady." "Of course she does," Marigold said firmly. Better to lie about that one. "Yeah." "Good night, Miss Agrippa." "Will he be leaving soon? You've been so loud tonight." And then she interrupts. "Yes, Miss Agrippa, we're sorry to have disturbed you." Marigold wanted to slam the door shut, but she waited, stared down her neighbor. It had gotten chillier outside, brisker. It felt almost like snowy weather. At last, Miss Agrippa relented and headed down the stairwell. Marigold exhaled. "Hello, friend," North said right behind her ear. Marigold startled, and then she chanced it. She bumped his chest with her shoulder, lightly. North looked delighted. "Is that?" He sniffed the air. "Snow. It smells like snow." "I was thinking the same thing." It didn't snow often here, but when it did, most of it happened after New Year's. They'd only had one brief snowfall back in November. The flakes didn't even stick. "I love snow." They said it at the same time. They glanced at each other and smiled. Just cute. This is too sweet. Unlike some of the other stories that we've read so far in this book, this feels like they really properly, actually got to know each other. Unlike the ghost story. That girl where she was after the ghost guy, all she did was "Oh, hello, ghost." And he was like, "Hello, I must disappear." And then he did. And the next time it was, "Hello, ghost, hello." What the heck? And then they were like, "And now you stay here forever, and I will live with you." No, you did not know him. This feels good. Okay. They love show. Snow. "I hope it snows," Marigold said. "I've always felt lucky to live somewhere where snow is rare, you know? It's the rareness that makes it so special." "Yeah, I gotta agree." "That could be said about a lot of things." "True." North stared at her. His smile widened. Marigold felt it too, the rareness, the specialness of North, of this night. She wished it could last forever. Oh no, the wonderful thought had triggered a nerve-wracking one. She pushed North aside. My mom, if it snows, she'll close the restaurant early. They glanced at the lingering items in the hallway and the tree and hurried back to work. No more coffee break. As fast as they could, faster than Marigold would have thought possible, everything was stacked flat against the living room's longest wall. Only the tree remained. North hefted it inside, a groom carrying his bride across the threshold. I like that she's saying that, not about like him carrying her, but him about his tree. The lumberjack and his tree. He's so silly. Oh, I like it. Okay, and placed it proudly before the sliding glass door. As he adjusted it in its stand, Marigold vacuumed away the fallen needles. She did another quick sweep of the bedrooms while she arranged the last of the furniture, the couch, a coffee table, the Moroccan end table, a glass lamp, into an agreeable living space. There was also a rug. Anyway, she was almost done when she spotted them in a newly cleared corner of her own bedroom. The Fisher-Price boxes. That's where their solstice Christmas decorations are. Marigold carried them into the living room as if they were sacred. Look, she said. North turned on the lamp, and Marigold's heart jolted. The area he'd created, everything on top of her favorite floral-tufted rug, looked warm and snug and inviting. He'd even found the rainbow afghan that they used to wrap around themselves while watching television. He draped it over the back of the couch. It looked perfect there. Everything looked perfect. It's not much, ... he said. No, it is. This was perhaps the greatest gift she'd ever received. Her eyes welled with tears. Thank you. North smiled. Come on, let's decorate your tree. Marigold laughed, dabbing at her eyes with her sweater sleeve. Oh, so it's my tree now? I've earned it? He used to call it his a lot. He pretended to look shocked, as if it had been a slip of the tongue. Marigold laughed again. She felt happy, the kind of happy that reached every part of her body as she opened the first box. It was filled with neatly bound strings of white and blue lights. North peered over her shoulder. Ha! Go figured. What? It was as if she'd caught him doing something wrong. He looked uneasy, but he answered the truth. I was surprised by how carefully these strands were put away. Christmas lights are usually this big tangled mess, but this is the tidiest thing in your entire apartment. When we put those away 2 years ago, Marigold said, our lives were a lot different. North removed a string of pale blue lights and began to unwind them. You can tell a lot about a person by looking at the state of their surroundings. If that's true, she mused, then my life is looking significantly better. Well, you got him now. Okay, but does it feel any better? Marigold met his gaze. She smiled. Without a doubt. Mask, are you still here? She met his gaze. Okay. And then the story breaks and picks up with... They strung the tree with lights, tons of lights. Marigold wanted to use all the lights, and when they were done, it shone like a beacon, marvelous and sparkling and bright. Oh, everyone that rated in with Vi. Mask had a typo a while ago, and we've been kind of poking at it, and it's just been silly and fun. It's fun. Okay. Right, it's extremely bright. North opened the second box and removed a pine cone on a white ribbon. He raised an eyebrow. You won't find any Santas or angels in there, Marigold said. This is a scientific household, remember? He laughed. Yeah, there it is. That's a typo. Queer. And he said, I queer. So that was Mask coming out, I suppose. Yay. Okay. Scientific household, remember? He laughed. Each ornament was bundled in tissue paper. They gently unwrapped them one by one. Red cardinals and spotted deer and black bears, suns and moons and stars. Why did I have a... Lucky Charms flashback for a moment there. The commercial rang in my ears. Okay. Apples and pears and roses and snowflakes. Lots and lots of silver snowflakes. Did you know, North said, as he hung a feathery blue jay, that real trees are better for the environment than the fake ones? A lot of people think the fake ones are better because you have to throw out the real ones every year, but real trees produce oxygen and provide wildlife habitats while they grow. And then when they're done, they can be ground into mulch to fertilize the earth. While the plastic ones just rot in landfills, they can take hundreds of years to decompose. Marigold waited until he was done with his rant. Yeah, she said, I know. Oh, North stilled. Yeah, nerd. She's a nerd too, dude. A tiny skunk swayed on his index finger. But she understood why he'd felt the need to tell her. She nudged his arm. I'm glad you work for the good guys, North. I am the good guys, he said, trying to regain some swagger. Oh, okay, I love them. I love them. As the final ornaments bedecked the tree, Marigold glanced out the sliding glass door. Tiny snowflakes were swirling and pirouetting down from the sky. Marigold paled. Did you know it was snowing? It must have just started. You have to go. My mom will be shutting down the restaurant now. She'll be home soon. She scrambled, shoving the tissue paper back into the boxes. She felt him staring at her, wanting to know something she wanted to know too, but they were out of time. Oh, that's what it... Okay. He tucked away the boxes as she rushed into the kitchen. She pulled out a foil-covered serving dish from on top of the refrigerator and ran back to the tree. She shoved the dish at North's chest. Take these home, please, as a thank you. His face was illuminated in blue and white light. What are they? Cookies. Vegan gingerbread ladies. It's all we have. But they're really good, I promise. You'd never know that they didn't have butter in them. Gingerbread ladies? Marigold shrugged. My mom isn't really into men right now. I love it even more. They're so silly and cute. That's understandable, North said. The last one was pretty bad. Cause Dad had a secret other family, for fuck's sake. Yeah, the worst. And... ... How do you feel about them? He asked carefully. Are you okay? How do you feel about Mom? You could even say her mom's gaze. We'll hear about her mom's gaze when she gets home and sees everything. Her gaze will land on the tree. Okay. But is Marigold queer or not? Okay. Are you okay? He's asking. Oh, she gets home and she's like, okay, I'll wait for Mask's thing before I start reading again. What? How the fuck did you carry this tree all the way here? Well, yeah, I mean, yeah. What? There's more. I know there's more. It's Mask. No? Yeah, there's a giggle. Okay, there it is. Okay. No, that's all. No, I knew you'd hit with some sort of extra. It wasn't particularly gonna be words. It was a laugh, Frog. I knew there was more. I didn't know what. Okay. She was surprised at how much the truth, the simple, obvious truth, hurt to speak aloud. Oh, okay, so she's not loving men too much after her dad either, but... No, I just got a sense that it would be a 3-act piece. She gets home and she's like, how the fuck did you carry this tree all the way here? Laugh. I knew it. I just felt like it would be 3 acts. I just felt it. Okay. So she's like, I've been better, she finally said. North stared at her. The lights of the tree glimmered in his warm brown eyes. I'm so sorry, Marigold. Aww. Her heart thumped harder. North took the serving dish. Would it be okay if I called you sometime? I mean, if you're still interested in the voice work, I'd be happy to help. I could stop by after a shift. I'll need to bring this back anyway. He lifted the dish in an uncharacteristically awkward gesture because he's nervous. North could have kissed her. He could have done it. He could have swooped in, but he was being respectful. It made her want to devour him whole. Or be devoured whole. You just said it. She grabbed the serving dish, shoved it aside, and placed one hand on each side of his face. She pulled him down into her. She kissed him. He kissed her back. We lost a couple seconds before devour him whole. Oh no! Okay. It's back up. North could have kissed her. He could have done it. He could have swooped in, but he was being respectful. It made her want to devour him whole. Or be devoured whole. And then, yeah, she grabs him and she kisses him. It's okay. She kissed him. He kissed back. Their mouths opened, and he tasted clean. Sometimes when people say they taste a certain way, the descriptions, he tasted clean. Good. Okay. And healthy. Ugh. And new. He pulled her closer. Her fingers slid down the nape of his neck, down to his chest. He lifted her up, and her legs locked around his waist. Oh, these nerds be busy. Colleen. Thank you. These nerds move fast. Damn. Your mom's coming home. Either you move real fast all the way through, real fast, or you put a pause on this, friend. My God. Busy. Straight into it, huh? They've been bantering all night. They've been feeling it all night. Okay, so her legs locked around his waist, and it felt like the most natural thing in the world, as if they had rediscovered something essential that they didn't realize they'd lost. Oh. They kissed deeper. They kissed like this, her body wrapped around his, for minutes. When she finally slid back down to the ground, both of their knees were shaking. Oh! I've been wanting to do that all night, North said. His voice, so close to her ears, resonated inside of her. It filled her. I've been wanting to do that all month. Oh, shut up. I want to do that for the rest of the month. North kissed her above her lips, below her lips, and after she agreed as their mouths slipped over each other again. Okay, she laughed a minute later. You have to go now. They kissed some more. Ha! He shouted as he pulled away. Okay, now. North's hair was scruffled and wild. Marigold's braid was halfway unpinned. They were laughing again, dizzy with discovery, the wonder and thrill of connection. She tossed him his flannel shirt. Don't forget this. He threw it on over his shirt. So what do you think your mom will say when she comes home and sees all of this? Honestly, Marigold shook her head as she repinned her hair. She'll be pissed. But then, I think she'll be glad, maybe even happy. I hope so. Here, give me your phone. Marigold tugged hers out of a pocket and tossed it to him. He did the same. They added each other's numbers. Text me when you get home, okay? Let me know you got home safely. 'Cause, it has been snowing. North smiled. North smiled. I will. They kissed again beside the front door. And that's when Miss Agrippa answered. No? Okay. They kissed again beside the front door. I'm working tomorrow night, he said between kisses. Thank God. I know. I've never been so happy to work for my parents. They laughed. Until tomorrow, Marigold mooned, and he kissed her one last time. Marigold peeked through the sugary frost that was growing, shimmering on her balcony door. She watched North cross into the lot next door. His entire figure looked perfect from here, like something she ached to scoop up and cradle in her hands. As he climbed into the seat of his truck, he glanced up at her window. He smiled when he saw her figure. He waved. Oh yeah, now he can finally look out the window. Before, there was too much stuff in front of their window. Her heart leapt as she waved back. She watched his truck until it disappeared. The tree lot's lights were off and its fires were out. Through the dull glow of the grocery store, She could see that the evergreens were coated in a fine white dusting. Everything outside was cold and empty and dark. There was a rattling of keys at her door. Marigold turned around. Everything inside was warm and cozy and bright. She had needed North's help to create her mother's present, but this was the gift. Because she thought that her YouTube video was also going to be the gift for her mom, but now this is it. A beautiful apartment and a beautiful tree. The doorknob turned. "Mom," Marigold said, "welcome home." The end. They were so about to fuck, and then they didn't because Mom, ugh. And then we don't know if Mom got mad, but it seems, I think Mom will be happy. At least in the end, she'll be happy. But the end, and perfect timing. It's 2 a.m. 2:01 now. Wow. Oh, what are you stomping, little? Oh no. Oh, good. Oh gosh. I thought that was a leg lifting and closing, not hips hitting the ground. My God. And now I have a redeem for you that I hadn't gotten to. Oh, they bonking. Oh, they boinking. Oh, they bonking. They boinking. Ooh, queer. I'm gonna always bug you about that mask. You will never be free. Lahonk already knows this, but doesn't seem to care. Enjoys the chaos. It's all good. Yeah, I usually do about 5 hours. I owe you some sniffs, so I'll do some sniffs just before we wrap up. And scrimpt all you want. Get over it. Okay. I'm realizing Vi has almost definitely left. Hey, folks that usually just watch Vi, if you're still awake and aren't usually in here, how would you feel if Vi read a story about a ghost lover? Because that's in this book. We read it. And I think I should give this to Vi after I'm done reading it for you guys so that she reads it to you guys maybe at the end of the month or like maybe next year. I don't know. I feel like I should share this wild book. I think it would be fun. Okay. I'm going to do sniffs. And you dig it? Okay, cool. But you also you're here too. I need somebody that isn't on my team but is on Vi's team. If you're on my team, you're probably on hers. But I need someone that's on hers, but not mine. Anyway, okay. I'm going to do the sniffs. We're going to skip the ads that are going to try and skip in. And then we're going to wrap up and read out. So here's some sniffs time. Here we go. Gotta pull up all the stuffs again. Sorry. Oh, you didn't even see that. Darn. Okay. It was just a silly little typo. I'm on both. I need someone that's not on both. That is here, but usually just with Vi. Okay. Anyway, okay, here's sniffs. Here we go for the honk. The honk. Oh, sorry. Mike, hold on. You need the money for grapes? I'm sorry, no. I did not buy this from you. Stop. Okay, here's your sniffs. This is all you will get. Alright, there was our sniffs. I don't know why you guys are getting so fighty. What's interesting is that before
or while Cotton Candy got into it, it sounded like their usual bonk slap. You know, just the way they are, just the way they flirt. But then Wall tried to get in, and then it was like, "Ah, how dare, slam, no, behead." Ah! Now they gotten angry. Oh, look what you've done, Wall. You've ruined their relationship. I have no head. You don't have no head? Okay. All right. We're gonna wrap up. Fett, are you still here, or are you asleep with the rest of the Vi people? I am ready to read. We will be back tomorrow to read at least one more of these non-stuffs. Turn over the Yeah, cause you're just in the talking phase. No. Okay, I stop. Oh, I wait. We're not going to Natsu. Okay. But we are going to be here tomorrow for more of those. And so we'll see how the next of these kissy book stories are. I very much enjoyed this one. I thought they were about to read. Aha! Okay, so they just got raided. Aha, aha. I'm in a talking phase with your mom. Then when I woke back up less than a minute ago. Oh, I'm so sorry, Andy. Should have been asleep long ago, but I had a good time. Aw. Well, I appreciate that, but go the fuck to bed, Gage. Eep. Eep well, everybody, as I prep for raiding. We're getting it all sorted slowly. We're going to Natsu. Nami. Natsu Nami. There we are. There we are. Thank you for the raid messages prepped. I appreciate that. I'm going to have to scroll back to copy my own. There they are. Thank you, Mask. Thank you, Fett. For the raiding prep team. Hungry Raven, can we... I mean, what you and Mask do is up to you, but please don't eat Wall. No cannibalism. What the hell? Stop. You're so... Why do you do this? Stop. Alright, we're gonna raid out. Thank you for watching. Thank you to the new followers. Thank you for everyone that is hanging out and chatting. I always appreciate it. Now please go the fuck to sleep if you have not slept, or if you are at a better time zone for it. Let's go say hi to Natsu. Let's go hang out. It'll be nice. Okay. Alright. Let's raid. Let's go. Raiding. Eat well. Whatever time zone, happy time zone. Bye-bye.